Dear friends, only full books are published here. Enjoy. Chapter 1: The Quiet After Truth. The first weeks after the truth came to Greyhaven were quieter than Elena expected. Not peaceful. Quiet in the way a house becomes quiet after an argument that changed everything. Doors still opened. Tea still boiled. Boats still left the harbor before dawn. The gulls still screamed over the water with the same rude insistence they had always possessed. But beneath all of it, something fundamental had shifted. The town no longer carried its old silence. That older silence had been made of secrecy, habit, and the long discipline of not asking certain questions too loudly. Now the silence was made of aftermath. People watched one another differently. They paused in conversations when certain names were spoken. They lowered their voices not because they wanted truth buried, but because they were still learning how to hold it in daylight. Greyhaven, Elena had discovered, did not know how to change quickly. It changed the way cliffs changed. By weather, by pressure, by what seemed at first like nothing at all until one morning a section had fallen and the coastline was no longer what it had been. She had been in the town for 7 weeks. Long enough for the edges of her arrival to soften. Long enough for the cliff house to begin feeling less like a place she was staying and more like a place she inhabited. Long enough to learn which floorboard outside her room complained before dawn, which cupboard in the kitchen refused to close properly, and how Daniel took his tea only after it had gone slightly cooler than most people preferred. That knowledge should not have felt intimate. And yet it did. The house on Cliff Road stood where it always had, turned toward the sea as if listening for something below the waves. Spring had come slowly to the coast. The grass in the wild garden had greened. Tiny white flowers had appeared among the stone borders Daniel had never thought to maintain, and Elena had, without quite deciding to, begun clearing in the afternoons. The air no longer smelled only of salt and rain. There were mornings now when it smelled faintly of warm earth. On one such morning, Elena stood at the kitchen window with her sleeves rolled up, watching mist lift from the harbor below. The kettle was nearly boiling. Behind her, Daniel sat at the table with a stack of papers spread in front of him, reading with the grave expression he wore whenever he was forced to deal with anything legal. "That one," Elena said, without turning, "has been making your face worse for 10 full minutes." Daniel glanced up from the document. "My face?" "Yes. I wasn't aware it required your approval." "It doesn't. But if you continue frowning at those papers like that, they'll think they've won." A pause. "Then, from behind her, you assume the papers are sentient. In towns like this, it's safer to assume everything is." She heard the faint sound that was almost his laugh. Almost. Over the past weeks, Elena had learned that Daniel laughed the way Greyhaven brightened after rain, rarely, quietly, and never without changing the atmosphere around it. The kettle began to sing. She took it from the stove and poured water into the teapot. On the table behind Daniel sat 3 envelopes, all bearing legal seals from the county office. There were more each week now. Claims, notices, requests, challenges, acknowledgments. The exposure of the Mercer records had not immediately transformed the law, only awakened it. Lawyers from the city had begun appearing in town with polished shoes and careful voices. Mara Mercer had already given 2 public statements, both of which the newspapers had quoted badly. Arthur Mercer had refused any statement at all. And Elena had become, against all her wishes, a name people recognized. Not merely as the daughter of Jonas Marin, but as the visible heir of what had been hidden. At first she had thought that recognition would feel like vindication. Instead it felt mostly like responsibility. "Tea," she said, carrying the pot and cups to the table. Daniel moved the papers aside at once to make room. That, too, had become familiar. He was always making space for things before she asked him to. Cups. Chairs. Silence. Questions. She poured for both of them. "Any disasters this morning?" she asked. Daniel looked down at the paper nearest his elbow. "Only one, unless you count the solicitor from Haversham as a natural event." "Legal disaster, then?" "Yes." He slid one page toward her. Elena leaned across to read, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. The notice was written in stiff formal language that took too many words to say one obvious thing. The Mercer estate was contesting elements of the evidence trail and requesting a delay in the transfer of certain lands pending verification of lineage, title continuity, and parish integrity. Elena sat back. "Parish integrity," she repeated flatly. "That sounds like something a man says when he wants God to excuse his paperwork." Daniel lifted his tea. "That is more or less my reading." She made a face and reached for one of the other envelopes. This one came not from the county but from a newspaper in the city requesting an interview. Another from a legal office. A third from a woman named Clara Vane claiming, on behalf of an elderly relative, to possess oral history relevant to the Mercer matter. Elena put that one aside. People smell stories the way gulls smell fish. That may be the best description of journalists I've heard. She looked at him over the rim of her cup. "You approve?" Reluctantly. The room held that brief, ordinary warmth that had become their refuge. It frightened her sometimes, how easily ordinary moments could exist beside everything they had uncovered. How a person could spend the morning discussing forged church records and still notice the slant of sunlight over a table, the smell of tea, the roughness of another person's voice before it fully woke. She had not expected tenderness to grow in the same rooms where grief had first been opened. But it had. Not spoken. Not yet. Not in any form she trusted. It lived instead in glances, in unfinished gestures, in the way Daniel still looked at her as if verifying she was truly there each time she returned from town. And in the way she had stopped planning when she might leave. The clock in the sitting room struck 9. Elena gathered the county notice into a neater stack. "So," she said, "we are being delayed, challenged, observed, and politely threatened." "Yes." "Is that all?" "For this morning." "That's almost encouraging." Daniel folded one of the letters and slipped it back into its envelope. "There's also a council meeting at noon." Elena closed her eyes briefly. "Of course there is. Mara will be there." "Good. Arthur Mercer may attend." Elena opened her eyes again. "Then less good." Daniel watched her for a moment. He had been quieter than usual since dawn. Not withdrawn exactly. Sharper. As if some part of his attention were fixed elsewhere. She noticed. Of course she noticed. "What is it?" she asked. He set down his cup. "Nothing yet." "Daniel." He met her gaze. "There was a boat in the lower cove before sunrise." She stilled. "What kind?" "Small. No harbor markings." "Fisherman?" He shook his head slightly. "Wrong hour. Wrong place." Elena felt something tighten under her ribs. And it was gone by the time I got down there." She looked toward the window, though from here the cove itself could not be seen. "Do you think it was connected to the estate mess?" "I don't know." That answer no longer frustrated her the way it once had. Not because uncertainty had become easier, but because she had learned the difference between his caution and evasion. Still, unease entered the room and settled there. "Was anything taken?" she asked. "Not from the house." "From the cliffs?" "I didn't find signs of it." Elena traced a finger once around the edge of her cup. "But you think someone was looking?" "Yes." "For what?" This time Daniel's pause lasted longer. "For something they believe your father left behind," he said. Elena stared at him. "We found the ledger. The records. The lighthouse letter." "Yes. But not everything." His silence became answer enough. She sat back slowly. "Why didn't you say that last week?" "Because I wasn't sure." "And now?" He reached into the pile of papers and drew out something folded separately from the legal notices. Not new paper. Not an official document. A chart fragment. Old, worn at the edges, marked in pencil. He placed it carefully on the table between them. "I found this behind the back panel in the boathouse yesterday," he said. Elena frowned. "There's another hidden panel?" "A smaller one." How many concealed compartments does Greyhaven require before it becomes theatrically unreasonable? Daniel's mouth moved slightly. "Apparently one more." She unfolded the chart. At first it looked like another coastal notation, the kind her father had made everywhere. Tide marks. Soundings. Reef symbols. Then she noticed the writing in the margin. Not his usual observational hand. More hurried. And beneath one set of coordinates, just 3 words. "Not the last." Elena looked up. Daniel nodded once. "Exactly." "Not the last what?" "I don't know." "But you think he found something after Greyhaven?" "Yes." She looked down again at the coordinates. They were not local. Not any cove or reef she had begun learning here. The scale was broader. Offshore. Much farther north, if she was reading it correctly. "Elena," Daniel said quietly, "I think your father was following the story beyond this town." The room seemed to sharpen around the words. For weeks, everything had narrowed inward: Greyhaven, the Mercers, the old records, the lighthouse, the inheritance. Even when their discoveries had touched the sea, the center remained here. Now, suddenly, that center tilted. "As if this wasn't the end," she said. "No." The phrase on the chart seemed to pulse under her eyes. "Not the last." A gust of wind rattled the window pane. Below, somewhere beyond the cliffs, a gull cried out over the harbor. Elena set the chart down very carefully. "You think there's another cache of records?" "Possibly." "Or another wreck?" "Possibly." "Or another lie?" Daniel held her gaze. "That seems the safest assumption." She rose and carried her cup to the sink, more because she needed movement than because the cup required washing. The morning no longer felt settled. The quiet had changed texture. What had seemed, moments ago, like a day of tiresome legal entanglements now held the edge of something else. A continuation. Or a warning. When she turned back, Daniel was still watching her with that same steady, unreadable concern. "You were going to wait to tell me," she said. "Yes." "Until after the council meeting?" "Yes." She leaned against the counter, crossing her arms. "That was unwise." "I know." There it was again. That infuriating lack of self-defense. She should have found it easier by now. Instead it made everything more difficult. Because anger had nowhere clean to land. "Show me the coordinates," she said. He stood and brought the chart to her. They bent over it together at the counter, their shoulders nearly touching. The nearness was distracting enough that Elena had to force herself not to step away too obviously. The coordinates were written beside a sketched island shape and what might have been a route line. "Have you identified it?" she asked. "I think so." Daniel pointed to the rough outline. "A small island northeast of the coastal lanes. More rock than land. There used to be a light station there decades ago, and a weather post after that." She looked up at him. "Used to?" "Decommissioned. Supplies stopped going regularly after the 1980s. "And now?" "Mostly empty, from what I know." A strange chill moved through her. Something about abandoned stations seemed to follow them. "Why would my father go there?" Daniel straightened. "That's the part one haven't solved." Before Elena could answer, a sharp knock sounded at the front door. Both of them went still. It was too early for callers, unless one counted the town's increasing inability to leave them alone. Daniel crossed the hall first. Elena followed more slowly. When he opened the door, Mara Mercer stood outside in a dark coat with her hair pinned back against the wind. She looked tired. More tired than Elena had yet seen her. "Forgive the hour," Mara said. "I thought it better not to send this through town." Her gaze shifted once toward Elena, then back to Daniel. In her gloved hand she held an envelope. Elena felt the shape of the morning altar completely. Mara stepped inside only after Daniel moved aside. There had been a time, not long ago, when Elena would not have allowed that woman over the threshold at all. But the weeks since the exposure had redrawn lines. Mara had not tried to reclaim sympathy. She had appeared where records were needed, spoken when family lies needed naming, and endured the collapse of her own name's protection with a quietness Elena recognized. Not trust, perhaps, but something adjacent to it. "I take it this isn't about the council meeting," Daniel said. "No." Mara removed one glove and handed Elena the envelope. "It was left at the shipping office before dawn," she said. "Addressed to you." Elena stared at it. Her name was written in familiar neat handwriting. Not her father's. Not Mara's. The same old-fashioned hand as the first letter that had brought her to Greyhaven. The room seemed to narrow at once. "Did you open it?" she asked. "No." Elena looked at Daniel once, then slid her finger beneath the flap. Inside was a single sheet. Only one sentence. "Your father did not die the year you think." No signature. No explanation. Below the sentence was another set of coordinates. Not matching the chart fragment exactly. But close. Very close. For a moment Elena could not feel her hands. The paper trembled once before she steadied it. Mara watched her face. "I thought," Mara said carefully, "that if it referred to the same matter as the earlier letters, delay would be unwise." Elena handed the note to Daniel. He read it without expression, but she saw the shift in him all the same. Not shock exactly. Recognition, perhaps, of some possibility he had resisted long enough that seeing it on paper felt like confirmation and threat at once. He placed the letter beside the chart fragment. "The same region," he said quietly. Mara's eyes moved between them. "You know what it refers to?" "Not fully. But enough." Daniel did not answer. Elena looked at Mara. "Who else knows this was delivered?" "No one I trust less than myself." That was either a wry joke or a very bleak truth. In Mara, it could have been both. She reached into her coat pocket and produced something else, a folded newspaper clipping. This appeared in a Northern Maritime bulletin 3 weeks ago, she said. I almost dismissed it. Now I think you should see it. Elena took the clipping. The item was small, buried near the bottom of the page. A supply vessel had reported sighting a light on a decommissioned island station during a storm 2 months earlier. No official keepers remained assigned there. The report had been filed and ignored. Daniel read over her shoulder. The clipping named the island. Blackwater Isle. The coordinates matched both notes. The silence that followed was unlike the other silences the house had held. Not grief. Not aftermath. Beginning. Mara looked at Elena with an expression that was almost gentle. If the letters are true, she said, then Greyhaven may not be where this ends. Elena folded the note once. Then again. The words on it seemed impossible and yet no longer absurd. Not after everything else. Not after ledgers and lighthouse rooms and years built on lies. Not after finding out that absence could survive in more than one form. Daniel moved to the table and laid the clipping beside the chart fragment. For several seconds he said nothing. Then, in the tone he used when a thought had ceased being speculative and become practical, he asked, how long would it take to reach Blackwater Isle? Mara looked at him. By hired boat in decent weather? Half a day. Longer if the sea turns. Elena turned sharply. You already know how to get there. Mara's expression did not change. My grandfather kept charts of the old supply routes. I reviewed them after the first records surfaced. I had reason to wonder what else the family had hidden offshore. Elena stared at her. You suspected there was more. Yes. And you didn't say anything. Mara met that without flinching. I had suspicions, not proof. In my family, those are different things. Elena looked away before her anger could arrange itself fully. It was too easy, suddenly, to see how everyone in this story had chosen silence at some crucial point and called it caution. Daniel, perhaps sensing the same thought, said quietly, if Blackwater was part of the same chain, my father may have used it too. He said my father rarely, and when he did it always altered his voice slightly. Mara nodded once. There are stories about that island. Supply books missing, lights seen when there should have been none, a keeper who resigned without explanation in the late 90s. Elena looked back at the note. Your father did not die the year you think. It was a monstrous sentence. Cruel, if false. Worse, perhaps, if true. It implied not just survival, but time. Years of it. Years in which he had lived somewhere beyond the edge of her knowledge. Years in which he had not come back. The thought opened an ache so sharp she had to set one hand on the table. Daniel saw. He did not touch her. But he shifted fractionally nearer. An offering, not an intrusion. What if this is meant to draw us away from Greyhaven? Mara asked. Elena almost laughed, though there was no humor in it. Everything seems meant to draw us somewhere. Yes, Mara said. That's what concerns me. Daniel looked at the coordinates again. If someone wanted only to mislead us, they could have sent us anywhere. This matches the chart fragment. And the bulletin suggests someone has used the station recently. Elena, Mara said, more softly now, if you go, Arthur will hear of it eventually. He still has men willing to watch the harbor for him. Elena thought of the boat Daniel had seen at dawn in the lower cove. Of all the men in the dark who had appeared after each answer. Of the way truth seemed always to travel with pursuit. She lifted her head. Then we don't leave through the harbor, she said. Daniel's eyes met hers. Mara's mouth curved very slightly. That is the correct instinct. The morning light had strengthened by then, filling the room with a pale clarity that made every paper on the table look stark and consequential. The house felt too small for the decision forming inside it. We should wait, Mara said. At least until after the council meeting. If Arthur learns you've left before those land papers are lodged, he could try to suspend. No, Elena said. Both Mara and Daniel looked at her. She was surprised, distantly, by how calm her own voice sounded. If there is any chance my father was alive beyond the year they said he died, I am not waiting through another council meeting while men in good coats discuss property. No one answered immediately. The truth of the sentence seemed to settle into each of them separately. Daniel's gaze did not leave her face. At last he said, quietly, then we go today. Mara exhaled once through her nose, neither agreeing nor objecting. Instead she reached into her coat again and drew out a small folded map. I thought you might say that, she said. Daniel took it. Old route lines had been marked in ink along a northern stretch of coast. A narrow channel. A reef line. The small outline of Blackwater Isle. At the edge of the map, in a hand that was not Mara's, someone had written, use western approach in fog. Eastern rocks falls at high tide. Daniel looked up. Who marked this? My grandfather, Mara said. Or so I assume. It was with his private coastal papers, not the family records. Elena felt the room tilt again. How many generations had kept pieces of this thing without ever bringing them together? How many doors had been left closed by people convinced that half-truth was safer than opening all of it? Mara put her glove back on. I'll attend the council meeting, she said. I'll say you were delayed by the legal documents and not expected before evening. Daniel frowned slightly. That places you in the middle of it. I am already in the middle of it, Mara said. That ceased being avoidable some time ago. She turned to Elena. If you find something there, anything, bring it back before Arthur can shape his own version first. Elena nodded. Mara moved toward the door, then stopped. One more thing, she said without turning. The keeper assigned to Blackwater in 1999 resigned 2 weeks after filing an unrecorded visitor complaint. The visitor arrived during a storm. No official name given. Only a note, injured man, educated, would not say where from. Elena's heart gave one hard, painful beat. Mara opened the door. I thought you should know, she said. Then she left. The wind swept briefly into the hall behind her before the door closed again. For several seconds neither Elena nor Daniel moved. The house absorbed the silence around them. Then Elena crossed back to the table and placed both hands on it. Say it, she said. Daniel looked at her. What? The thing you're thinking and refusing to say until it becomes unbearable. His expression altered very slightly. Not surprise. Recognition. He glanced once at the coordinates, then at the maritime bulletin, then at the chart fragment. When your father vanished, he said slowly, I assumed the question was whether he died that night or not. Later I thought the most we might find was that he survived a little longer than anyone knew. He paused. Now I think he may have had help. Elena held very still. From whom? I don't know. Someone able to move him. Someone connected to offshore routes. Someone who knew how to keep him out of official record. She closed her eyes briefly. The possibilities were too large and too cruel to hold all at once. When she opened them, Daniel was still watching her with that same unbearable steadiness. If he lived, she said quietly, why didn't he come back? There it was. The worst question. The one beneath all the others. The room did not soften around it. Daniel did not answer quickly, because there was no merciful answer to give. At this distance, he said at last, there are several possibilities. Name them. He was prevented. He was too badly hurt. He was hiding for a reason that remained. Or, he stopped. Or what? Or he believed staying away protected you. Elena let out a short breath that felt more like pain than laughter. Men seem to love deciding that. Daniel looked as though he might say something, then thought better of it. Which only confirmed that he agreed with her. The truth stung, but at least it was not dressed up. She straightened. What do we need? He shifted immediately into practicality, which she was grateful for. A boat that won't be noticed leaving. Fuel. Food. Weather gear. The Western Channel chart. Tide times. He glanced toward the window. And speed. I can pack. You'll need the heavier sea coat. You say that as though I ever choose correctly. You consistently choose optimism over wind. That almost made her smile. Almost. He began gathering the papers into distinct piles, the route map, the bulletin clipping, the chart fragment, the new letter. Elena moved upstairs to her room. The familiarity of packing startled her. Not because she had done it often in Greyhaven, but because this time she was packing not to arrive somewhere unknown, but to continue something already in motion. She took a small case and placed inside it warm clothes, gloves, notebooks, the silver lighthouse charm, her father's watch, and the letters she could not yet bear to leave behind. At the last moment she added the blue glass bead from the chapel wall. Then she stopped and sat on the edge of the bed. The room was bright with late morning light. Outside, the sea flashed silver blue between passing cloud shadows. Somewhere below, a gull landed on the garden wall and complained loudly to the world. Ordinary sounds. Ordinary light. And inside her, nothing ordinary at all. She had come to Greyhaven to learn how her father had vanished. Now she was preparing to chase the possibility that he had survived not just a night, but years. She should have felt hope. Instead, what came first was anger. Hot, intimate, sharp as a blade. If the note was true, then every missing year had shape. Every birthday. Every winter. Every ordinary evening in which she had imagined him dead because death was easier to bear than abandonment. Her hands tightened on the edge of the bed. A knock sounded lightly on the open door frame. Daniel. I found someone with a boat, he said. She looked up. His coat was already on. The practical look had settled over him again, but there was strain in it now. He was moving quickly, yes, but also carefully, as if the emotional weather in the house required as much attention as the sea outside. Who? She asked. An old pilot named Rowan Pike. He owes my family a favor and dislikes Arthur Mercer on principle. That is reassuringly local. It's the best kind of local. She stood. Will he ask questions? Yes. And? He'll ask them while starting the engine. That did make her smile, briefly. It changed his face when he saw it. Softened something in his eyes so quickly it might have been imagined if she had not been looking directly at him. For 1 second, the distance between them seemed made not of doubt but of restraint. Then it was gone. He nodded toward the case. Bring only what you can carry fast. You continue to think I'm impractical. I continue to think you've never had to cross northern water in unstable weather. That sounds very close to concern. It is concern. The plainness of the answer left her silent. Daniel seemed to realize, a beat late, how directly he had said it. Something shifted in his posture. Not retreat exactly, but awareness. Elena picked up the case before the moment could become impossible. Then let's not waste it, she said softly. He stepped aside to let her pass. Together they went downstairs. The house felt different again as they moved through it, not because it had changed, but because they were leaving it with unfinished questions still warming the air behind them. In the kitchen, Daniel left a note weighed under the teapot for Mara in case she returned. Elena watched his handwriting move quickly across the paper and wondered, not for the first time, what it had cost him to stay in one place for so many years with no promise that waiting would mean anything. Perhaps she was only beginning to understand that kind of endurance now. By the time they stepped outside, the mist had burned off completely. The sea stretched bright and hard beneath the noon sky. Below them, Greyhaven was waking into its ordinary bustle, carts, deliveries, voices near the harbor, smoke rising from chimneys. Nothing in the town's appearance suggested that by sunset Elena might know whether her father had lived beyond the life she had already mourned. Daniel locked the front door. "Ready?" he asked. She looked toward the sea. No, she thought. Not even remotely. But readiness had ceased to matter somewhere around the first letter, perhaps even before that. So she said, yes. And together they went down the cliff road toward the hidden cove where no one would be watching for their departure. Above them, the house between tides stood silent in the wind. Ahead of them lay Blackwater Isle. And whatever waited there had already begun reaching toward them long before either was willing to name it. Chapter 2: The Western Channel. Rowan Pike's boat did not look like the kind of vessel that carried people into secrets. It looked like a boat that had spent 40 years ignoring the sea's attempts to break it. The hull was dull blue, scarred by long service and patched in places where the wood had been reinforced rather than replaced. The engine coughed when Rowan first turned the key, then settled into a low mechanical growl that sounded as though it had decided, reluctantly, to cooperate with the day. Elena stood at the edge of the narrow cove watching the boat rock against the small wooden jetty. Daniel was already on board, checking fuel lines and rope coils with the quiet efficiency of someone who had spent enough time at sea to trust preparation more than optimism. Rowan Pike stood behind the wheelhouse with his arms folded across a chest that seemed carved out of the same weathered timber as his boat. He had the kind of face coastal wind created over decades, creased, brown, patient, and unimpressed by most human concerns. "You're the girl," Rowan said. Elena lifted one eyebrow. "That depends which girl you mean." "The one who made half the town's lawyers nervous." "That would be me." Rowan gave a single approving grunt. "Good." Daniel stepped out of the wheelhouse. "We're ready." Rowan looked from him to Elena and back again. "You didn't answer the question." Daniel frowned slightly. "What question?" "The one I asked before you arrived." Rowan jerked his chin toward the sea. "Why you're going north in a borrowed boat without telling the harbor master." Elena climbed aboard and set her case against the cabin wall. Daniel answered simply. "Because if we told the harbor master, Arthur Mercer would know before we cleared the outer buoy." Rowan nodded once. "That's what I thought." He turned the wheel slightly as Daniel untied the mooring rope. The boat drifted away from the jetty. Elena felt the first shift beneath her feet as the hull moved into deeper water. She had not spent much time on boats before coming to Greyhaven. The motion was still unfamiliar enough to demand attention, though she was learning. Daniel noticed the way she steadied herself. "Handrail," he said quietly. She caught the edge of the cabin frame. "I know. You say that every time. And every time I prove you right eventually." Rowan snorted. "You two always talk like that?" Daniel ignored him. The boat slipped out of the narrow cove and turned eastward along the cliffs. The wind was stronger out here, cutting sharp lines across the surface of the water. Greyhaven began to shrink behind them. Elena looked back only once. The town looked almost peaceful from the sea. She wondered how long it would remain that way. The first hour passed quietly. Rowan kept the boat just beyond the reef line, following a course that hugged the coastline long enough to avoid immediate notice before turning gradually toward open water. Daniel sat near the bow studying the chart Mara had given them. Elena remained in the small wheelhouse beside Rowan, watching the horizon. After a while Rowan said, "You're wondering if the island exists." Elena glanced at him. "I already know it exists." "No," Rowan said. "You're wondering if the story about it exists." She considered that. "Yes." Rowan kept his eyes on the water ahead. "Blackwater Isle's been in the charts longer than Greyhaven," he said. "But people don't go there unless they have reason." "Why not?" "Because nothing lives there except rock and wind. The supply station closed years ago. Even the weather post stopped sending readings." Elena leaned her elbow on the window frame. "Then why does anyone still light the beacon during storms?" Rowan turned his head slowly. "Who told you that?" "It was in a bulletin." Rowan's mouth tightened. "Fishermen talk about lights sometimes. Most say it's reflection off the cloud base or the old lens catching lightning." "And the rest?" "They say the island doesn't stay empty." The boat rocked over a longer swell. Elena watched the gray-blue water stretch endlessly toward the north. "What do you believe?" she asked. Rowan shrugged. "I believe people see what they expect to see." Daniel stepped into the wheelhouse then. "We'll reach the channel marker in 40 minutes, he said. Rowan nodded. "The western approach." Daniel spread the map across the small metal table. The route Mara had marked curved around a line of shallow reefs before cutting through a narrow break in the rocks that protected Blackwater's southern edge. "The eastern side is full of false depth," Daniel said. "The rocks sit lower than they look." Rowan tapped the map. "Your Mercer friend knew her charts." "She had reason to." Elena leaned closer. "How narrow is this channel?" "Wide enough," Rowan said. Daniel gave her a look. "Comforting." Rowan grinned without humor. "You'll like it better once you see the rocks." The sky changed as they pushed farther from the mainland. By midday the clouds had thickened into long low layers that flattened the light. The sea darkened under them, turning steel gray instead of blue. Elena had moved out to the deck beside Daniel. "The air tasted colder here." He folded the map once and secured it beneath a clip. "Feeling all right?" "Yes." "Sea steady enough?" "So far." He studied her for a moment. "You're thinking about the note?" "Yes." He leaned back against the rail. "So am I." She watched the water slide past the hull. "If he lived past the year they told me," she began, then stopped. Daniel waited. "If he lived," she finished quietly, "then everything I believed about those years changes." "Yes." And if he didn't come back? Daniel looked out across the horizon. There are reasons a man might stay hidden. That sounds like defense. It's uncertainty. She turned to face him. You really believe he could still be alive? Daniel's voice stayed calm. I believe we haven't reached the end of the story yet. The wind tugged at her coat. She realized suddenly that Daniel's certainty was not the same as hope. It was something steadier. The refusal to stop following evidence simply because the answer might hurt. She appreciated that. Even if the destination terrified her. The island appeared late in the afternoon. At first it was only a dark shape low on the horizon. Then the boat climbed a long swell and the full outline became visible. Blackwater all rose from the sea like a broken tooth of rock. No trees. No beaches. Only steep dark cliffs and a narrow shelf on the southern side where the old station buildings had once stood. Elena felt the boat slow beneath her feet as Rowan reduced the engine. That's it, he said. Daniel stepped forward beside him. The island looked even more abandoned up close. The old lighthouse tower still stood at the highest point, though its lantern room was broken and empty. Lower down along the rock shelf sat the remains of the supply station, two small stone buildings with collapsed roofs and a metal weather mast leaning sideways against the wind. Elena felt the same uneasy recognition she had felt when first seeing Greyhaven's lighthouse. Places like this seemed built not just to guide ships, but to watch. Anyone here? She asked. Rowan lifted a pair of binoculars and scanned the shore. Not that I see. Daniel pointed toward a narrow break in the rocks. The western channel. Rowan adjusted the wheel. Hold tight. The boat angled toward the reef line. The sea changed suddenly. Long swells broke unevenly across hidden rock, sending white spray into the air. The engine strained slightly as Rowan maneuvered through the narrow gap. Elena gripped the railing. Daniel stood beside her, steady as if the boat were part of the ground. Within minutes they were through. The water inside the reef was calmer. Rowan guided the boat toward a small stone pier built directly into the island's rock shelf. The structure looked barely intact. Think it'll hold? Elena asked. It held last winter, Rowan said. That's reassuring. Daniel caught the mooring rope as the boat nudged the dock. The impact echoed hollowly against the stone. Elena stepped onto the island. The wind here felt stronger. The air carried a sharp mineral smell, like wet slate and salt. Daniel secured the boat behind her. Rowan remained aboard. You two planning to be long? He asked. Daniel glanced toward the broken lighthouse. We don't know. Rowan shrugged. I'll keep the engine warm for a while. Elena looked up the slope toward the tower. What if someone else is already here? Rowan's eyes flicked briefly toward the dark windows of the ruined station buildings. Then you'll find out soon enough. Daniel picked up his pack. Stay with the boat, he told Rowan. The older man nodded. I wasn't planning on sightseeing. Elena adjusted her coat. The path leading up the slope was little more than a trail worn into the rock by decades of boots. She and Daniel began climbing. The wind grew louder with every step. By the time they reached the old station buildings, the sea below sounded like distant thunder. Daniel stopped. The door to the larger building stood slightly open. Elena felt a cold thread move through her chest. Did the wind do that? She asked. Daniel shook his head slowly. No. He stepped forward. Pushed the door wider. Inside the station building the air smelled faintly of oil and damp stone. And something else. Something recent. Daniel crouched near the floor. Footprints, he said quietly. Elena looked down. The dust inside the doorway had been disturbed. Fresh. Very fresh. She lifted her eyes toward the narrow corridor leading deeper into the building. The island might have looked abandoned from the sea. But someone had been here. Recently. Daniel rose slowly. Elena, he said. Yes? We're not alone on Blackwater Isle. And somewhere deeper in the station building, something metallic shifted against stone. Chapter 3, The Keeper of Blackwater. The sound came again. Metal against stone. Not loud, but distinct enough that neither Elena nor Daniel mistook it for wind. They stood just inside the doorway of the abandoned station building. The air inside was colder than outside, trapped by stone walls and years of damp sea fog that had seeped through the cracks. Daniel raised one hand slightly without looking at her. Wait. Elena remained still. The building stretched ahead in a narrow corridor lined with 3 open rooms. The floor was covered in dust, broken plaster, and a scattering of old tools that had rusted where they had fallen. But someone had walked here recently. The footprints Daniel had noticed were clear now that her eyes adjusted. They crossed the dust in a deliberate path toward the back of the building. Not many. 2 sets perhaps. And fresh enough that the dust still looked unsettled around the edges. Daniel leaned closer to the floor. Boots, he murmured. Elena crouched beside him. Fishing boots? He shook his head. Heavier. Work boots. Recently? Within a day. Her heart tightened slightly. The letter had brought them here. But someone else had arrived first. Daniel stood slowly. Stay close. You say that like I plan to wander. That has happened before. Yes, but only when you disappear into dark tunnels. He almost smiled. Almost. Then he moved forward into the corridor. The first room on the left had once been a storage area. Shelves lined the walls, though most had collapsed. Empty supply crates lay scattered across the floor. Nothing recently disturbed. The second room had been an office. A rusted desk stood beneath a cracked window. Papers had once been stacked there, but wind and rain had reduced them to pale pulp stuck to the wood. Daniel stepped to the desk and ran his fingers across the surface. Dust lifted. Except in one small rectangle. Something had rested there recently. What was here? Elena asked quietly. Maybe a map, Daniel said. Or a radio. Or a journal. Her mind jumped ahead instantly. A record of whoever stayed here. Daniel nodded once. But his attention had shifted toward the final door at the end of the corridor. That door was closed. Elena noticed something else then. Light. Faint. A thin stripe under the door. Daniel saw it at the same moment. Someone was inside. He turned to her and spoke so quietly she barely heard him. Behind me. She moved back a step. Daniel crossed the corridor and placed his hand on the door. The metal latch was warm. He pushed it open. The room beyond had once been the station's generator chamber. The old machine still stood in the corner, its casing rusted and half dismantled. But someone had brought a lantern. It hung from a hook on the wall, burning steadily. And sitting on an overturned crate beside the lantern was a man. He looked up calmly as Daniel entered. He was older than Rowan Pike. Thin. White-bearded. His coat looked patched but well maintained. His eyes were alert. Not surprised. As if he had been expecting them. "Well," the man said, in a voice roughened by age and salt air, "it took you longer than I hoped." Daniel stopped. Elena stepped around his shoulder. "You know us?" she asked. The old man studied her carefully. "Yes," he said. Then he looked at Daniel. "And you must be the one Jonas trusted." Daniel's expression hardened slightly. "You knew my father." The old man chuckled quietly. "Not your father. Hers." He nodded toward Elena. Her chest tightened. "My father was here," she said. The man's eyes softened. "Yes." "When?" "A long time ago." Elena took a step closer. "How long?" The man leaned back slightly on the crate. "Long enough that the sea has changed shape twice since then." Daniel's voice remained controlled. "Start with your name." "Thomas Hale." Elena glanced at Daniel. "Hale." The name appeared in her father's notes from Greyhaven. The man seemed to notice the recognition. "Yes," he said quietly. "That Hale." Daniel stepped forward. "You were the one mentioned in the ledger notes." "Yes." "The one who helped move my father." Hale nodded slowly. "I was." The room went very still. Elena felt her hands tremble. "You helped him escape," she said. Hale looked at her with an expression she could not immediately read. "Yes." "And he lived," she said. Hale did not answer right away. Instead he looked toward the lantern flame. Then back at her. "For a time." The words landed like a stone dropped into deep water. Not dead immediately. Not gone the night she had always believed. But not here now either. "How long?" Elena asked. Hale exhaled slowly. 2 years. Her breath caught. 2 years. 2 years of life she had never known about. 2 years when he had been somewhere beyond her reach. Why didn't he come back? She asked. Daniel shifted beside her slightly. But Hale answered the question calmly. Because by the time he could, the men who had taken him were still watching. Mercers? Yes. And others? Elena frowned. Others? Hale rubbed his hands slowly together. The Mercer family were not the only people protecting the wreck story. Daniel stepped forward. Who else? Hale looked directly at him. The shipping syndicates that controlled the northern trade routes. The words seemed to reshape the air. Daniel's expression sharpened. Elena's father discovered something bigger than the Mercer scandal. Yes, Hale said quietly. He discovered what the Orpheline was really carrying. Elena felt a strange chill move through her. What was it? Hale leaned forward slightly. Maps. Maps, she repeated. Not ordinary maps. Daniel spoke before she could ask another question. Shipping routes. Hale nodded. Routes no one outside the syndicates knew existed. Elena stared. Secret trade routes. Yes. Why hide them? Because whoever controlled them controlled the northern coast. Daniel's voice was quiet. And the Mercer family helped keep them hidden. Yes. The puzzle shifted again. The wreck had not simply been a cover for family scandal. It had hidden something larger. Something economic. Powerful. Elena folded her arms slowly. My father learned this. Hale nodded. He did. And they captured him because of it. Yes. And you helped him escape. I did. Then what happened? Hale was silent for several seconds. The lantern flame flickered slightly. Finally he said. He refused to disappear. Daniel frowned. What does that mean? He wanted to expose everything. Elena felt the familiar echo of her father's stubbornness. That sounds like him. Hale smiled faintly. Yes. But by then the men watching the routes knew he was alive. Daniel's jaw tightened. They hunted him. Yes. Elena's voice dropped. So he stayed hidden. For a while. She stared at the floor. 2 years. 2 stolen years. What happened after that? She asked quietly. Hale looked toward the broken window. Storm night, he said. Like the one when he first vanished. Daniel's voice had gone very still. He left the island. Yes. To go where? Hale met his eyes. To finish what he started. The room seemed to shrink. Elena looked up sharply. You mean he was still investigating the routes? Yes. And you never saw him again? Hale shook his head slowly. No. The silence that followed was heavy. Not the silence of uncertainty. But the silence of a story that had not yet reached its final page. Elena forced herself to ask the question that mattered most. Did he think he would survive? Hale's expression changed. Yes. How do you know? The old man reached into his coat pocket. And removed something small. A folded piece of paper. He handed it to her. Elena, he said gently, he asked me to give you this if you ever came here. Her hands trembled slightly as she opened it. The handwriting was unmistakable. Her father's. The message was short. If you are reading this, then the routes are no longer hidden. That means you are closer to the truth than I ever was. Trust the sea more than the men who claim to control it. Elena read the note twice. Then folded it slowly. Daniel watched her carefully. How do you feel? He asked quietly. She let out a slow breath. Like this story still isn't finished. Hale nodded. It isn't. Daniel turned back to him. What did Jonas Marin discover after leaving here? Hale looked toward the sea beyond the window. That the routes did not end in the north. Daniel's eyes narrowed. Where did they lead? Hale's answer came quietly. To an island that isn't on any chart. Elena blinked. That's impossible. Hale gave a small smile. That's what everyone says. The lantern flickered again. Outside, the wind had begun to rise. Daniel crossed his arms slowly. You know where it is? Yes. And you've been waiting. For a long time. Elena stepped forward. For us. Hale nodded. Yes. The wind outside the station building roared suddenly against the rocks. As if the sea itself had heard the truth being spoken. And somewhere far beyond the horizon, a mystery even older than Greyhaven waited to be found. Chapter 4, The Island That Isn't There. For several minutes after Hale spoke, none of them moved. The generator room held a stillness that felt heavier than the wind outside. The lantern flame trembled slightly on its hook, casting shifting shadows across the stone walls and the rusted machine behind Hale's chair. Elena remained standing with the folded note in her hand. Her father's handwriting. Her father's voice. A voice that had not truly belonged to the past after all. Daniel was the first to speak. An island that isn't on any chart, he repeated carefully. Hale nodded once. That's right. Daniel crossed the room slowly and leaned one hand against the metal frame of the old generator. That sounds like a story fishermen tell when they've had too much rum. Hale smiled faintly. Yes. Which is why most people never look for it. Elena looked between them. You're serious? Hale's expression did not change. Very. But how could an island exist that no one has mapped, she asked. Because it doesn't always exist. That answer landed strangely in the room. Daniel frowned. Explain. Hale leaned back slightly, folding his hands together. Blackwater isn't the last stop in the northern chain, he said. It's the last stable one. Beyond this island the sea floor rises and falls in ways that make navigation dangerous. There are reefs that move with the tides and sandbars that appear and vanish across years. Elena's mind worked quickly. So the island appears only at certain tides. Hale nodded. Yes. Daniel looked toward the window where the gray sea rolled beyond the rocks. A tidal island. Something like that, Hale said. But much larger than a sandbar. Elena folded her arms. And the secret shipping routes went through it. Yes. Daniel's expression sharpened. Which means whoever controlled that passage controlled traffic across the northern coast. Exactly. The scale of the thing began to grow in Elena's mind. Not a smuggling trail. Not a hidden family scandal. A maritime choke point. Trade routes worth fortunes. She turned back to Hale. My father discovered this. He did. And the Mercer family was protecting it. Partly. Elena frowned. Partly? The Mercers didn't control the routes, Hale said quietly. They only helped hide them. Daniel's voice dropped. Who did control them? Hale met his gaze. The North Syndicate. Elena had never heard the name before. Daniel clearly had. His shoulders stiffened slightly. I thought they were gone, he said. Hale shook his head slowly. Organizations like that never disappear. They just change their names. The lantern flame crackled softly. Elena's thoughts raced. So the Orphaline wasn't carrying maps of the routes for profit, she said slowly. No, Hale replied. It was carrying proof. Daniel nodded. Proof that the routes existed outside the syndicate's control. Hale pointed at him. Exactly. Elena felt something settle into place. My father found the wreck records. Yes. And realized the maps were hidden somewhere. Yes. Daniel stepped away from the generator. And the syndicate realized he knew. Hale's eyes darkened. They did. The wind outside howled across the rocks. For the first time since entering the building, Elena felt the full isolation of Blackwater Isle. Miles from land. Miles from help. Daniel seemed to feel it too. How many people know about this island? He asked. Hale thought for a moment. Very few. The syndicate? Yes. And now us. Hale nodded. Elena looked at Daniel. If the island appears only during certain tides, the maps alone aren't enough. No, Daniel said. You need timing. Yes. Hale smiled faintly. Which is why Jonas Marin spent months here before leaving. Elena's heart tightened. He was studying the tides. Yes. Daniel crossed his arms. Did he find it? Hale hesitated. Then nodded. Yes. The word echoed in the room. Elena stepped closer. He found the island. Yes. And he went there. Hale's voice lowered. He did. The silence that followed felt enormous. Daniel spoke carefully. What did he find? Hale shook his head. That part he never told me. Elena felt frustration surge. You helped him escape. You sheltered him for 2 years. And he didn't tell you? He told me enough, Hale said calmly. Which was? That the routes weren't the real secret. Elena blinked. What? Daniel looked at Hale sharply. If the routes weren't the secret, then what was? Hale leaned forward slightly. What they were used for. The wind rattled the broken window. Elena's voice dropped. You mean cargo? Yes. Smuggling. Hale shook his head. Something far older than smuggling. Daniel's brow furrowed. Then what? Hale studied them both. For centuries ships have moved through the northern routes carrying things that never appear in port records. Such as? Elena asked. Hale's answer came quietly. Artifacts. The word hung in the air. Daniel's eyes narrowed. From where? Shipwrecks. Lost settlements. Ancient cargo. Elena frowned. Treasure? No, Hale said softly. History. Daniel looked toward the sea again. A hidden archive. Hale nodded. Yes. The implications rippled outward instantly. If the syndicate controlled those routes, they controlled the recovery of anything lost in northern waters. Anything valuable. Anything historically significant. Anything powerful. Elena's voice was almost a whisper. My father discovered that. Yes. And he was going to expose it. Hale nodded again. The room fell silent. Finally Daniel spoke. And the island that appears during certain tides is the hub, Hale finished. Elena ran a hand through her hair. So the syndicate uses a place no one can map. Yes. And the only proof of it is hidden in the sea. Hale smiled faintly. You're beginning to see the problem. Daniel looked back at him. What did Jonas Marin plan to do about it? Hale's voice softened. He wanted to bring the whole thing into daylight. Elena felt an unexpected ache in her chest. Of course he did. Her father had never known how to leave a truth buried. Daniel's next question came quietly. Did he succeed? Hale. Daniel's expression darkened. And you didn't mention that earlier. Hale shrugged slightly. I wanted to see if he told you. Elena stared at him. That's not comforting. No, Hale agreed. Daniel moved toward the door immediately. I'm going back to the dock. Elena followed. The wind struck them hard as they stepped outside the station building. The sea had grown rougher. Whitecaps rolled across the water beyond the reef. The small blue boat still rocked against the stone pier. Rowan Pike stood exactly where they had left him. Hands in his coat pockets. Watching the water. Daniel walked down the path without slowing. Rowan turned as they approached. Well, he said calmly, I was wondering how long that conversation would take. Daniel stopped in front of him. You knew. Rowan raised an eyebrow. Knew what? That Jonas Marin sent you a message from this island. Rowan's eyes flicked briefly toward Hale, who now stood in the doorway of the station building behind them. Then back to Daniel. "Ah," Rowan said quietly. "So Tom told you that part." Elena stepped forward. "You were in contact with my father." Rowan studied her carefully. "Yes." Her heart thudded. "When?" "Years ago." "Why didn't you tell us?" Rowan looked at Daniel. "Because you never asked the right question." Daniel's jaw tightened. "What question?" Rowan pointed toward the sea. "Not where Jonas Marin died." He paused. "But where he went next." The wind roared across the island. Elena felt the world tilt again. "You mean he left Blackwater?" "Yes." "To go to the hidden island?" Rowan nodded once. "That was the plan." Daniel's voice lowered. "And did he reach it?" Rowan looked out across the gray horizon. "For a man who spent 2 years studying the tides?" He gave a slow smile. "I'd say he had a good chance." Elena's breath caught. "You believe he succeeded?" Rowan turned back to her. "Yes." The wind snapped her coat against her legs. "And you didn't go after him?" Rowan's eyes darkened. "I tried." "What happened?" Rowan gestured toward the sea. "Storm." Daniel understood immediately. "Bad enough to turn you back?" "Yes." "And after that?" Rowan shook his head. The island vanished again. Elena felt something shift inside her. Not hope exactly, but direction. Daniel was already thinking the same thing. "When does it appear again?" he asked. Rowan looked at Hale. Hale answered quietly. "Tomorrow night." The words settled over them like thunder waiting to break. Daniel exhaled slowly. "So we have one day." Rowan nodded. "Yes." Elena looked out across the endless gray water. Somewhere beyond the horizon was an island that appeared only with the tide. An island her father might have reached. An island that might hold the truth about everything. And perhaps, just perhaps, the final answer about what had happened to him. The wind rose again, whipping across the rocks of Blackwater Isle. Daniel glanced toward her. "Elena." "Yes?" "Whatever we find out there." He stopped. She finished the sentence quietly. "It may not be the answer we want." Daniel nodded. "Yes." Elena looked at the horizon once more. "That's never stopped us before." Behind them the lighthouse tower loomed above the island like a silent witness. And somewhere far beyond the shifting tides, the sea held one more secret waiting to rise. Chapter 5: The Night the Island Rises. The wind changed just before evening. At first it was subtle, only a shift in the direction of the long swells that struck the rocks below Blackwater Isle. During the afternoon the sea had been moving steadily from the west, pushing white foam against the cliffs in slow heavy surges. Now the wind began turning north. Rowan Pike noticed it first. He stood on the stone pier with one boot resting on a coil of rope, watching the horizon the way old sailors watched weather, without moving, without speaking, simply waiting for the sea to tell him something. Daniel was still inside the abandoned station building with Hale, studying the tide charts spread across the crate table. Elena had stepped outside an hour earlier to clear her head. Too many pieces had been placed before her that day. Too many new truths layered over old grief. Now she stood halfway up the slope between the station and the lighthouse tower, watching the long gray line where sea met sky. The wind tugged at her coat. The air smelled colder now. More metallic. Storm air. Rowan called up to her. Miss Marin. She turned. Yes? He pointed north with the stem of his pipe. Feel that? She closed her eyes briefly and let the wind move across her face. Yes. The tide's turning early. What does that mean? It means tonight might be rougher than planned. Daniel appeared in the doorway behind her then. He must have heard Rowan's voice. What's happening? He asked. Rowan gestured toward the water. Currents shifting sooner than the charts predicted. Daniel frowned slightly. Dangerous? Rowan shrugged. Only if we're careless. Elena looked between them. You're both being suspiciously calm about that. Daniel walked up the slope to stand beside her. When sailors say only if we're careless, that usually means we should pay attention. Rowan gave a small grin. Exactly. The charts. Inside the station building the air felt colder than outside. Hale had lit another lantern, and its yellow light pushed the shadows back just far enough to reveal the old charts spread across the makeshift table. They were not ordinary nautical charts. Some were copies. Others were hand-drawn. All of them had been marked with tide lines, arrows, and notes written in multiple hands. Jonas Marin's handwriting appeared on several of them. Elena recognized it immediately. Daniel studied one chart carefully. This line, he said, pointing to a curved route that bent sharply north, it avoids the eastern reef. Hale nodded. Yes. But the channel here, Daniel continued, it's barely wide enough for a boat like Rowan's. That's true. Why use such a narrow route? Hale looked at him. Because the syndicate didn't want ordinary ships finding it. Elena stepped closer to the table. So the island appears beyond this reef line? Yes. Only at certain tides. Yes. Daniel tapped the map again. And the opening lasts how long? Hale considered. 2 hours at most. 2 hours to reach the island? No, Hale said quietly. 2 hours before the sea hides it again. The lantern flame flickered. Elena felt a strange chill move through her. That means if we arrive too late. Hale nodded. You might never see it. Daniel leaned back slightly. Did my father understand that? Hale smiled faintly. Oh yes. He spent nearly 6 months calculating the tides. Elena blinked. 6 months? Hale nodded. He became obsessed with it. Daniel glanced at her. That sounds familiar. She didn't answer. Rowan's memory. By the time the sky began darkening, they had returned to the pier. The sea looked heavier now. Longer swells. More wind. Rowan stood beside the boat checking the engine housing. He closed the panel just as Daniel approached. How long until the channel opens? Daniel asked. Rowan checked the old brass tide watch he wore on a cord around his neck. About 3 hours. Elena leaned against the pier rail. That gives us time. Rowan nodded. Yes. Daniel folded his arms. Then we talk. Rowan looked up. About what? About Jonas Marin. The older sailor exhaled slowly. I wondered when that question would come. Elena stepped closer. You said he left the island during a storm. Yes. And you tried to follow. Yes. What happened exactly? Rowan leaned back against the boat. The sea nearly killed us both. The wind carried his voice softly across the pier. The storm came fast that night, he continued. Lightning everywhere. Waves high enough to swallow the bow. Daniel listened carefully. And he still went. Rowan chuckled quietly. He said the tide window would close for another 11 months if he missed it. Elena stared at the water. That sounds exactly like him. Rowan continued. He had a small engine dinghy tied behind my boat. You didn't know? No. Daniel frowned. He planned to go alone. Yes. Elena's voice dropped. And you let him? Rowan shook his head slowly. I tried to stop him. What happened? Rowan's eyes drifted toward the dark horizon. He cut the rope. The wind rose sharply as he said it. Before I could reach him. Daniel let out a slow breath. He was determined. Yes. Elena whispered. Did he say anything before leaving? Rowan nodded once. He said if he didn't come back, the sea would eventually tell the story anyway. The words lingered in the air. Daniel looked toward the north. That sounds like a man who expected to survive. Rowan nodded. It does. Waiting for midnight. Darkness fell slowly across Blackwater Isle. The clouds thickened until only a few pale stars remained visible above the sea. The lantern near the pier cast a small circle of light on the rocks. Beyond that circle everything was shadow. The lighthouse tower loomed above them like a silent guardian. Daniel sat on a crate near the boat checking the map one last time. Elena walked along the pier, listening to the rhythm of the waves. She felt strangely calm. Not because the situation was safe, but because the direction of the story had finally become clear. For years she had lived with a single question. How had her father died? Now that question had transformed. Where had he gone? And why had he never returned? Hale approached quietly beside her. You're thinking about him. Yes. Good. She looked at the older man. You sound like that matters. It does. Why? Hale leaned on the pier rail. Because Jonas Marin believed truth required witnesses. Elena frowned slightly. Meaning? If he had found the island alone, Hale said, he would still have needed someone to confirm it existed. Daniel joined them then. What time is it? Rowan checked the tide watch. Another 20 minutes. The wind rose again. Stronger now. The sea sounded restless. The tide changes. It began quietly. At first the water beyond the reef looked no different. Then Rowan pointed. There. Elena leaned forward. A darker ridge appeared beneath the surface. Slowly. Almost reluctantly. Rock. Daniel whispered. The reef. The sea twisted around it as the tide pulled back. Another ridge appeared. Then another. The water began draining through the narrow channels between them. Rowan's voice grew tense. Engine ready. Daniel untied the mooring rope. Elena felt her heart begin to pound. The reef line was revealing itself. Beyond it, something darker rose from the water. At first it looked like another rock formation. Then the shape grew larger. Sharper. Higher. Elena whispered. That's not a reef. Rowan shook his head. No. Daniel stepped forward beside them. Is that? The tide pulled away further. And the island appeared. Not gradually. But all at once. A jagged black mass of rock rising from the sea like something that had been sleeping beneath the water. The moon broke through the clouds for one brief moment. Silver light struck the cliffs. Elena felt the breath leave her lungs. The island was enormous. Far larger than she had imagined. Daniel stared at it. My God. Rowan turned the wheel toward the channel. Everyone aboard. The boat engine roared to life. Elena climbed in quickly. Daniel followed. The sea between the reef lines churned violently as currents rushed through the newly opened passage. Rowan guided the boat carefully forward. Hold on. The vessel surged into the channel. Sharp rocks rose on both sides. The engine strained against the shifting current. Elena gripped the railing. The hidden island loomed closer. And somewhere on those dark cliffs, the truth about Jonas Marin might still be waiting. The first light. As the boat cleared the reef line, something unexpected appeared on the island. A faint glow. Daniel saw it first. There. Elena followed his gaze. Halfway up the cliffs. A light. Not moonlight. Not reflection. A steady beam. Rowan swore softly. That shouldn't be there. Elena's heart raced. Someone's on the island. Daniel's voice dropped. Then we're not the first ones to find it. The boat pushed forward through the dark water. The island rose higher above them. And the light on the cliff burned steadily. Waiting. Chapter 6, The Light Above the Water. The light on the cliff did not move. That was the first thing Elena noticed. It held steady in the dark like an eye that had already seen them and chosen not to blink. The hidden island rose from the sea around it, black and sheer and larger than anything she had imagined when Hale first spoke of a place that appeared only with the tide. It did not look like a temporary thing. It looked ancient, severe, and insulted by the existence of ordinary maps. The water between the reef lines churned white against the hull. Rowan leaned into the wheel, his whole attention fixed on the narrow channel ahead. Daniel stood braced beside him, one hand gripping the cabin frame, the other holding the lantern low so its glow would not blind them. Elena remained near the bow rail, though the cold spray had already found its way inside her gloves and up her sleeves. She scarcely noticed. The light on the cliff kept burning. Not lantern yellow. Whiter than that. Cleaner. A lamp of some kind, perhaps shielded from the wind. Someone was there. Someone had either expected the island to rise, or lived with the tide well enough to know precisely when it would return. Rowan spoke without looking away from the water. When we touch stone, you do not jump until I tell you. I know, Elena said. You say that before every dangerous thing. And every dangerous thing continues happening anyway. That's because you travel with Daniel. Daniel did not look at either of them. Eyes on the channel, he said quietly. The old sailor grunted, but the corner of his mouth moved briefly, almost invisible in the dark. Ahead of them, the reef widened into a pocket of calmer water inside the island's southern edge. Not calm, exactly. But less murderous. Beyond that pocket, a long shelf of black stone curved inward beneath the cliffs. There, half hidden by shadow, stood the remains of a small landing stage. Or not remains, Elena thought abruptly. The stone base was old. But timber had been repaired more recently. Not elegantly. Not by professionals concerned with appearance. But strongly enough to take the weight of supply crates and boots. Daniel saw it too. That's been maintained. Yes, Rowan said. Which means no one abandoned this place as completely as they wanted the world to believe. The engine dropped to a lower growl. Wind came down the cliff in hard cold streams. As they approached the landing, Elena saw more details emerge from darkness. A set of steps carved into the rock. Iron rings fixed into stone. A narrow path rising sharply upward between cliff walls. And above, on a higher terrace, the source of the light, a single lamp burning beside what looked like a low rectangular building cut partly into the rock itself. Not a house. Not exactly. More like a storehouse, or a station. Something made to survive weather rather than welcome people. The boat bumped the dock once, then again, harder. Now, Rowan said. Daniel leapt first and caught the mooring line. Rowan tossed a second rope. Elena followed a heartbeat later, landing more heavily than gracefully on wet timber, but staying upright. The dock smelled of salt, pitch, and old seaweed. Also something else. Oil. Fresh enough to notice. Daniel tied off the boat fast and looked up the carved steps. The lamp above burned unwaveringly in the wind. Rowan, he said, stay with the boat. Rowan let out a soft breath through his teeth. You think I'm old enough to enjoy waiting under cliffs while strangers watch from above? I think you're sensible enough to keep us from being stranded. Those are not identical compliments. Hale, who had remained in the boat until then, climbed carefully onto the dock with more steadiness than Elena expected from his age. No one shoots first on an island like this, he said quietly, looking up toward the lamp. Not unless they're frightened. Elena turned to him. That is not comforting either. No, Hale agreed. But it is useful. Daniel picked up the satchel. We go together. Ah, Rowan said. There's the poor decision. But he shut off the engine and followed them anyway. The steps in the cliff. The path from the landing was steeper than it looked from below. Narrow steps had been cut directly into the black stone, rising in angular turns that disappeared between rock walls glazed with moisture. The sea pounded beneath them, hidden now from sight but very close in sound. Every few seconds spray drifted upward on the wind and touched Elena's face like cold mist. The lamp above continued burning. Not a signal anymore. A fact. Someone had lit it and left it there, or was standing beside it even now waiting for them to climb. Daniel stayed slightly ahead of Elena. Not enough to imply he was shielding her. Enough to take the first risk if the path turned bad. Rowan came last, muttering occasionally under his breath about tides, fools, and engines. Hale climbed with surprising familiarity, one hand on the rock, breathing harder than before but never asking them to slow. Halfway up the path widened briefly into a stone shelf. From there Elena could see the outer sea beyond the reefs. The hidden island had fully risen now. Black ridges emerged from water on every side, some no larger than boulders, others stretching like the backs of sleeping animals toward the horizon. No wonder no ordinary vessel found this place. Even in the moon's pale intermittent light, the passages between those rocks looked deceitful. Daniel paused to study the terrain above. There, he said quietly. At the top of the final rise stood the building they had glimpsed from below. It was longer than she expected and set deep into the cliff, with only one full wall facing outward. The rest seemed built into natural rock, as though someone had hollowed the island and hidden a structure inside it. A door stood open. The lamp burned on a hook beside it. Elena looked at the open doorway and felt a strange sensation that had become familiar over the last weeks, the feeling that the story had reached another threshold and was waiting for her to cross it. Hale spoke softly. This wasn't here when I last came. Daniel glanced back. What was? A cave mouth. Storage once, perhaps. But no proper front wall, no fitted door. Hale frowned. Someone built this later. Who? Hale looked at the light. I suspect we're about to ask. They went on. At the top of the steps, the wind shifted abruptly. The building created a pocket of stillness around itself, leaving only the sea's low thunder and the lantern's faint glass rattle. Up close the place looked even stranger. The wall had been built from dressed stone and reinforced timber, not old enough to belong to the original route builders, but not recent either. 10 years perhaps. 15. Long enough for the edges to weather into the cliff. Above the door, barely visible in shadow, a rusted pulley arm projected from the rock. Once it may have lifted crates from the landing below. Now it hung still. Daniel stopped outside the open door and listened. The others did the same. No voices. No footsteps. No obvious movement. Only the quiet hum of a lamp fed by oil. Elena looked inside. The first room was lit and empty. A table. Shelves. A cast iron stove. 2 crates. A coat hanging from a peg. Not abandoned, then. Lived in. Or worked in. Daniel entered first. The floorboards did not creak. They had been fitted too carefully for that. Elena followed. Warmth touched her face at once, not from the stove, which had burned low, but from the simple fact that this room had been closed to the wind. It smelled faintly of lamp oil, damp wool, and paper. Paper. Her gaze moved immediately to the table. Maps lay there, held flat by a stone mug and a brass compass. Her heart gave one hard beat. The maps were not charts of shipping lanes alone. They were layered with notes. Tide timings. Depth readings. Sketches of rock shelves. And on one margin, in a hand she would have recognized even if years had stripped everything else away. Not stable in spring flood / safer after second moon. Her father's handwriting. Elena stopped breathing for a second. Daniel saw it too and looked at her, though he said nothing. He did not need to. Her body already knew before her mind finished catching up. He had been here. Not imagined. Not inferred. Here. On this island that rose from the sea. This room. This table. She touched the map edge with cold fingertips. The ink had faded slightly, but not beyond reading. Another notation lower down, west shelf dry enough for cache if stone holds. And another, someone has been here before me. Hale came slowly into the room behind them. When he saw the handwriting his face changed. So little, yet unmistakably. He made it, he said. Not triumphant. Not relieved. Just certain at last. Rowan shut the door behind them with more force than necessary. That answers one thing, he muttered. Only about 10,000 left. Daniel was already scanning the room. Who lit the lamp? As if in answer, a voice came from deeper inside the structure. I did. All 4 of them turned. A narrow interior doorway at the back of the room had gone unnoticed in the dim light. Now a woman stood there with one hand resting on the frame. She was perhaps in her 40s. Dark hair pulled back carelessly. A weatherproof coat over a thick sweater. Her face was tired rather than old, and watchfulness had shaped it more than years had. In the lantern light her eyes seemed almost silver. She was not holding a weapon. That, Elena suspected, was deliberate. For several seconds no one spoke. Then Hale said, very quietly, "Well, I wondered which ghost you were." The woman gave him the briefest hint of a smile. "Hello, Tom." Elena looked sharply between them. "You know her?" Hale nodded once. "Yes." The woman's gaze moved over the rest of them, then settled on Elena. "You look like him around the eyes," she said. Elena felt something tighten under her ribs. "Did you know my father?" "Yes." "Who are you?" The woman stepped fully into the room. "My name is Sarah Vane." The name struck Elena instantly. Clara Vane. The letter on the kitchen table from the city, claiming to possess oral history relevant to the Mercer Marin matter. She looked at Daniel. He looked back with the same realization. "You're the relative," Elena said. Sarah's mouth tilted slightly. "One of them." Daniel's tone remained even. "You contacted us through Greyhaven." "I tried. I didn't expect legal offices to become involved quite so quickly." She looked toward the door as though Greyhaven itself were an unpleasant weather system. The city proved inconvenient. Rowan folded his arms. "So you came to the tidal Ghost Island instead?" "Yes," Sarah said calmly. "I live here sometimes." That answer startled Elena more than it should have. "You live here?" "When the sea permits it." "Why?" Sarah's expression altered. Not evasive, exactly. More like someone deciding how much to surrender in which order. "Because someone has to watch the archive." The room went still. Daniel took one step closer to the table. "Archive." Sarah nodded toward the maps. "This room is only the outer station." Elena looked at the interior doorway behind her. Something in the air seemed to deepen. "What's through there?" she asked. Sarah held her gaze. "The reason your father came." 2. The woman who stayed. No one moved immediately toward the inner doorway. The room was too full of new information and cold suspicion and the raw ache of seeing Jonas Marin's handwriting on a living work table. Elena felt, absurdly, as though the room itself might vanish if she turned too quickly, like the island might resent certainty and sink beneath the tide again. Daniel, however, had resumed being practical. "You contacted us through Clara Vane," he said. "Your sister?" "My cousin." The letter arrived in Greyhaven after the records surfaced. "Yes." "And the notes before that?" "The ones sent to Elena." Sarah looked at him steadily. "The first one?" "No. That was not mine." Elena's attention sharpened. "Not yours?" "No. The one that brought me to Greyhaven." Sarah shook her head. "I knew of you long before you came there. But I did not call you." A strange ripple passed through Elena. If Sarah had not sent the first note, then one hand still remained hidden behind the entire story's beginning. Daniel must have followed the same thought because his expression tightened. "And the others?" "The one meant to turn you toward Blackwater was mine," Sarah said. "By then I knew your father's island notes had likely resurfaced. Once the Mercer records opened, your arrival here became inevitable." "Convenient," Rowan muttered. Sarah glanced at him. "Not half as convenient as most men imagine." Hale lowered himself onto the nearest crate with a sigh that spoke more of age than drama. "You'd better tell them everything now," he said. "We've all grown too tired for ceremonial mystery." A shadow of weariness crossed Sarah's face. "I was waiting for the daughter," she said quietly. "He asked me to." Elena stared at her. "He asked you?" "Yes." When? Sarah looked toward the maps on the table. The last winter I saw him. The word struck like a second confirmation of life. The last winter. A season, not a night. Time enough for choices, plans, promises. Elena forced her voice steady. Then start there. Sarah studied her for a moment, perhaps measuring whether compassion would be useful or insulting. Whatever she concluded, she did not soften the facts. Your father reached this island during a storm almost 12 years ago. Barely. He had a torn shoulder, fever, and no sensible regard for survival. He arrived with a tin case, 3 route copies, and the conviction that half the northern coast had been built on theft. That sounded like him with such painful accuracy that Elena almost laughed. Almost. Sarah continued. I was not living here then, not permanently. I was using the island as a transit point. My family had known of it for generations. Daniel's eyes narrowed. How? My mother's line kept records for brokers who preferred discretion. Not criminal exactly. Not honest either. By the time I inherited what was left, the syndicate had reduced itself to old men and younger opportunists fighting over scraps of secrecy. She looked toward Hale. Tom knew enough to stay away. I knew enough to hide what I could. Elaborate, Daniel said. Sarah's mouth moved slightly, approving the demand. There are 2 histories out here, she said. The first is the one the syndicate told itself, that they preserved routes and goods outside politics, taxes, and careless governments. The second is what they actually did. They harvested what the sea concealed. Cargo from wrecks. Monastic relics from lost island settlements. Carved stones, navigational records, logbooks, private archives, objects of ownership that vanished conveniently before courts could claim them. Her eyes moved to Elena. Your father realized the Mercers were only one coastal family among many that benefited from the sea's selective forgetfulness. Elena thought of the red ledger in Greyhaven. Family shame covering inheritance. A shipwreck masking lineage. Now behind that, another architecture entirely, maritime theft disguised as silence. And he came here to expose it, she said. Yes. Did he find the archive? Sarah looked toward the inner doorway again. He found enough to become dangerous. Daniel spoke more quietly than before. Why didn't he leave with what he found? Sarah's gaze shifted to him. He tried. The answer lay in the room for a beat. Then Daniel said, what stopped him? Sarah did not answer immediately. Instead she walked to the stove, lifted the kettle resting there, discovered it nearly empty, and set it down again with absent precision. The simple domestic gesture made the place seem stranger, not more normal. Tea, maps, hidden routes, the tide outside moving like a trap. At first, she said, he believed the danger lay in being followed from Blackwater. Then he believed the danger lay in the route itself. Who watched it, who knew he had crossed? Later he understood the deeper problem. If he surfaced with incomplete proof, the story would be destroyed before it reached open ground. Elena folded her arms tightly. So he stayed. For a time. Again that phrase, Daniel said softly. Everyone keeps saying it. Sarah looked at him directly. Because none of us can give her the ending she wants. The room tightened. Elena did not realize until then how fiercely she had been standing against hope, as if resistance might control the damage if it turned wrong. She looked down at the map with her father's hand on it and asked the question she had been carrying since Blackwater. Did he ever intend to return to me? No one moved. No one answered too quickly, which spared her at least that small insult. At last Sarah said, "Yes." The single word cut deeper than hesitation might have done. Elena's throat tightened. "Yes?" "Yes," Sarah repeated. "He spoke of you often. Sometimes with too much tenderness to continue a practical conversation. Sometimes as if naming you reminded him that the world he wanted to repair had once been small enough to fit in one child's hands." Elena turned away because she could not bear having her face watched while hearing that. The room had gone dimmer somehow, though the lantern had not changed. Daniel said, after a pause, "Then why didn't he return?" Sarah answered him, but her eyes remained on Elena. "Because by the time he was ready to move, the island was no longer hidden from everyone except us." Silence. Then Rowan swore softly under his breath. "They found him here." Sarah nodded once. Not at once. Not dramatically. That would have been easier. It began with signs. A boat seen too far south. A storage cache shifted. A signaling mirror missing from the west shelf. Men who should not have known the spring window was close arriving in autumn to search an empty reef. Daniel's voice lost what little warmth remained in it. "The syndicate." "And others," Sarah said. "Some tied to them, some hired by people who wanted specific things retrieved before official eyes could ever lay claim." Elena's father understood all that. "Yes." "And still stayed." Sarah gave him a tired look that held something almost like irritation on Jonas Marin's behalf. "He believed truth, once touched, created obligation." Daniel lowered his gaze briefly. "Yes." Elena knew that look in him now. The one that meant something had aligned too painfully with what he already believed. She turned back. "What is the archive?" she asked. Not the poetic answer. The physical one. A room? A cave? A series of caches? Sarah seemed grateful for the practical question. "All of those," she said. "The island has a limestone core behind this basalt shell. Natural chambers. The earliest route users stored things there because the tide protected the entrances. Later the syndicate enlarged some passages, built ledgers into the walls, carved drainage trenches. Over time it became less a hiding place than a system." "For what scale of material?" Daniel asked. "Enough to disgrace governments if fully opened." That brought another silence. Elena thought of ships she had never heard of, ports whose records looked incomplete for no innocent reason, relics and documents and ownership papers missing from archives because someone had let the sea erase them publicly while retrieving them privately. "And my father found this," she said. Sarah nodded. "He found the route records first. Then the recovered inventory books. Then something else." "What?" "Names." Elena frowned. "What kind of names?" "The people who profited. Over generations. Brokers. Families. Shipping officers. Insurers. Magistrates. Some clergy. Some politicians. Men who built reputations on civic virtue while buying silence from wreck divers and route keepers." Daniel looked sharply at the woman. "You still have those records?" "Yes." "And you waited 12 years?" "No," Sarah said calmly. "I survived 12 years. There's a difference." Something in the answer struck Elena with immediate force. Not because it softened her own anger, but because it added another shape to the story. Those who remained hidden were not always cowards. Sometimes they were the last vessels for truth too dangerous to carry openly. Rowan pushed away from the wall. Fine. We all understand history is filthy and men are disappointing. What I'd like before dawn, if possible, is the practical answer to whether someone else knows we're here tonight. Sarah looked at him. Yes. The old sailor closed his eyes briefly. Excellent. Elena's pulse kicked. How many? I don't know. One boat was sighted off the eastern rocks 3 days ago. Another may have been sheltering beyond the lower reef yesterday. They won't land openly unless they know the channel is stable. Daniel's expression had sharpened into the dangerous stillness she had begun to recognize as his version of alarm. So we have limited time. Yes. How limited? Sarah glanced toward the roof, as though she could hear the tide through stone. Until first light for certainty. Possibly less if they saw your boat from the outer reef. Rowan muttered something rude about visible blue paint. Elena spoke before anyone else could. Then show us the archive. 3. The door inside the stone. The room beyond the inner doorway was narrower, lower, and much older. Unlike the outer chamber, it had not been fully built. The walls were mostly natural stone, damp and pale where lantern light reached them, shaped by tools only where necessary. Shelves had been fitted into niches. Boxes stood stacked beneath canvas. Hooks held ropes, storm gear, and 2 old lanterns. The air smelled different here. Mineral. Cold. And faintly medicinal, as if herbs had once been stored nearby. Sarah took a second lamp from a shelf and lit it from the first. When she moved deeper in, the rock passage bent left and sloped downward. Daniel followed closest behind her. Elena came next. Hale moved with care but refused assistance. Rowan brought up the rear, muttering about sensible coasts and flat ground. The passage opened after perhaps 20 paces into a natural chamber. Elena stopped in spite of herself. The archive was not one room. It was a hall beneath the island. Stone shelves had been built along the walls, each fitted with boxes, wrapped bundles, sealed cases, and narrow wooden drawers. At the center stood 2 long tables covered in open ledgers, charts, and sorted stacks of paper weighted against damp with smooth dark stones. Farther back, the chamber continued into shadow where more passages branched off. The lantern light touched glass, brass, wood, and parchment. Not treasure. Worse. Truth. Human truth had a way of making objects feel heavier than gold. For several seconds none of them spoke. Then Rowan let out a very low whistle. Well, he said softly. That's ugly. It was not the word Elena would have chosen, yet it felt right. Because the archive was not beautiful in the way secret libraries were beautiful in stories. It was crowded, practical, burdened by intention. Records of concealment always carried the shape of what had been hidden from. Sarah set the lamp on the nearest table. Nothing leaves this room quickly, she said. That has always been the design. You would need days to sort it, weeks to move it without damage. Daniel walked slowly along the nearest shelf. His eyes passed over ledger spines, sealed tubes, bundles labeled in faded ink. He stopped at one shelf and pulled out a narrow box. Inside were ship medallions and identity tags. Names engraved. Dates. Vessels marked lost. He replaced it carefully. Elena moved to the central table. On its surface lay one open ledger already marked with slips of paper. Sarah noticed her looking. He was working on that before he left. Elena lowered her eyes. The ledger page held columns in 3 different hands. Older records in dark brown ink. Later corrections. And her father's notes in the margins, sharper and more impatient. Cross-check Mercer transfer with route diversion. Same buyer family appears after 3 losses. Not random salvage, coordinated disappearance. Her fingertips hovered just above the page but did not touch it. He had stood here. Leaned over this paper. Followed lines through ink as if they were currents. Something hot and painful tightened in her throat again. Daniel came to stand beside her. He did not speak. The silence he offered now was not emptiness. It was shelter. Sarah moved to a shelf at the back and brought down a wrapped packet tied with black cord. "This," she said, placing it on the table, "is why he came back after first reaching the island." Elena looked up. "Came back?" "Yes." The storm crossing from Blackwater was not his only visit. Once he found the route, he had to wait nearly 11 months before the channel could be safely used again in winter light. He left once, returned, and then remained longer. The revelation hit almost physically. He had not merely stumbled into the island and vanished into legend. He had worked it. Returned to it. Committed himself to it through seasons. Elena heard herself ask, where did he go in between? Sarah hesitated. That part is less clear. Hale said you knew him here. I did. Then if he left, where? Sarah looked at her with frank regret. I know one of the places. Not all of them. Tell me. There was a cottage on the outer coast south of Norhaven used by route keepers generations ago. He stayed there one spring under another name while copying sections of the ledgers into cipher. Daniel turned sharply. You know there are copies. Yes. Where? Sarah's expression shuddered very slightly. That is one of the things we are not discussing until you understand what else was found. Rowan gave a dry laugh from somewhere behind them. Marvelous. Another room full of answers with chains attached. Sarah ignored him and untied the black cord. Inside the wrapping lay a portfolio of waxed folders. She opened the top one. Not maps this time. Photographs. Old ones. Newer ones. Printed copies of records. Aerial survey images with circles marked in grease pencil. Daniel leaned in. These are from the syndicate years? And later, Sarah said. Your father believed the route theft never truly ended. It modernized. Insurance fraud replaced some salvage. Political smuggling replaced older contraband. But underneath all of it, the same system remained. If the sea took something, someone here learned to ask whether it might be privately recovered first. Elena turned over one photograph. A crate inventory from a vessel lost in 1978. Half the listed items had been marked unrecovered in public record. The corresponding private note attached behind it read, bronze figures removed before Coast Authority arrival /route West Shelf /broker, H. Mercer and Company. She looked up sharply. H. Mercer. Sarah nodded. Henry Mercer. Mara's grandfather. The old family lie deepened again. Daniel's voice cooled further. Does Mara know the extent? Not all of it. Should she? Yes. Then why not tell her? Sarah met his gaze steadily. Because there are things in this archive that destroy people faster than they liberate them. Elena, still holding the inventory, said quietly, we're beyond protecting anyone's comfort. Sarah's eyes moved to her. This is not comfort. This is scale. She gestured around the chamber. You came here thinking perhaps your father had survived longer than you knew. That was true. You hoped perhaps his trail ended in one final act of exposure. That is not the whole truth. Her tone remained calm, but the words sharpened as they landed. What he found here did not merely threaten one family or one estate. It threatened a chain of beneficiaries across a century. He understood that. He also understood that once the archive moved into open air, whoever controlled the story first would own the consequences. Elena set down the paper. And he still meant to bring it out. Yes, Sarah said softly. That was his tragedy. Daniel asked the next question with visible care. And his death. Not disappearance. Not absence. Death. The word entered the chamber and remained there. Sarah did not flinch. I did not see him die, she said. But I believe he did. Elena felt all sound narrow. How? Sarah looked at her with neither pity nor false restraint. The final winter he was here, word reached us that a syndicate retrieval team had been sent north. Not local men. Not Mercer contractors. Professionals. Quiet, well-funded, patient. Jonas wanted to move the name's ledger before the spring window. I argued against it. He said delay was a form of surrender. She paused. He left with a copy case, one original bundle, and the intention of meeting a contact on the mainland. Hale? Daniel asked. No. Someone in the National Archive Service. A woman named Elise Kettering. Did he meet her? I never learned. The boat he took was found weeks later against the lower eastern rocks of Blackwater. Broken, but not in a way that answered anything. No body. No case. Elena stared at her. No body. The phrase returned like an old blade. All of Greyhaven had begun with that too. So we're back where we started, she said. No, Daniel said quietly. She looked at him. His face had gone very still. Not where we started, he repeated. Now we know what he was carrying and who wanted it. Sarah nodded. Yes. Elena wanted to hold on to anger because it was easier than the strange shredded hope returning in new forms. If there was no body, if there had never been one, then absence remained open. That was almost unbearable. She turned away from all three of them and walked deeper into the chamber. More shelves. More boxes. On one wall, pinned under a line of brass weights, hung a large composite chart made from many smaller sheets joined together. Her father's hand marked several of them. So did another hand she did not know. One route was circled heavily in red. At the margin beside it he had written. If East records fall, use inland line / do not trust harbor masters after Norhaven. And beneath that, in a line darker than the others. Elena must never be tied to this by name. Her throat tightened so quickly it hurt. Daniel had come to stand a few feet behind her. He saw the line and looked away first, giving her privacy even within the shared shock of it. The gesture nearly undid her. She swallowed hard. He was still trying to protect me. Yes, Daniel said. From what? The scale, Sarah answered from the table behind them. And perhaps from himself. Elena turned back. What does that mean? Sarah closed the folder and rested both hands on it. It means your father knew obsession distorts love. He feared dragging your life into a structure of danger before he could break it cleanly. The statement was true enough to sting. Elena wanted to reject it. Instead she heard herself say, he should have let me choose. Sarah's expression softened, but only slightly. Yes. No defense. No attempt to reframe sacrifice as nobility. Just truth. The chamber held silence again. Then Rowan, because some people could not endure too much emotion in one place without striking flint against it, said, "If we've now confirmed the dead continue to disappoint the living, might someone explain whether those professionals you mentioned are the likely reason I feel watched through 3 separate walls?" Everyone went still. Daniel turned toward the outer passage. "You feel watched?" Rowan nodded toward the ceiling. "Not watched exactly. Heard." He tilted his head. "Footstep. Above us. Not one of ours." All at once the air changed. Sarah snatched up the lamp. "How many entrances to this chamber?" Daniel asked. 3 usable. 1 flood passage too narrow. The main route we came through. A lift shaft from the upper stores. And a lower vent stair from the western shelf. Can they reach us without coming through the outer room? Yes. When? Any time if they know the western stair. Daniel looked at Rowan. "Did you see any boat besides ours?" "No. But there's a leak cove on the far side they could have used." Hale had risen from his crate. His face had gone pale, but his voice remained level. "Then they knew the island would rise tonight." Sarah extinguished one of the lanterns at once. The chamber dimmed. "Not all lights," Daniel said. "We need to move fast without falling." She relit it immediately, turned lower. Elena could hear it now too. A very faint sound. Not footsteps exactly. A dull thud of weight on wood overhead. Then silence. Then another. Someone in the upper room. Daniel moved to the central table and began gathering the most immediately relevant papers with swift precision. "The name's ledger," he said. Sarah handed it over. "The route inventory extracts." She passed a bundle. "Anything directly tied to Marin." Elena stepped to the chart wall and tore free the pinned sheets bearing her father's latest notes before she could think better of it. Sarah looked at her, opened her mouth to object, then nodded once instead. "Take those." "What about the rest?" Elena asked. The question felt obscene given the scale of the archive. All of history did not fit in one satchel. Sarah answered without sentiment. "What matters tonight is not saving everything. It's preserving enough to prevent them from destroying the story again." Another thud above. This one unmistakable. The outer room floor. Daniel slung the satchel over his shoulder. "Which exit?" "The lower western stair," Sarah said at once. "If they came by the upper stores, that's our best chance." Rowan moved to Hale's side. "Can you manage fast steps?" "I can manage not being buried with liars," Hale said. That seemed answer enough. Sarah led them toward the far shadowed branch of the chamber. Behind them, from the passage to the outer room, came the faint scrape of something metallic trying a latch. 4. The western stair. The lower stair was not truly a stair. It was a cleft in the rock widened by hand, dropping in tight-angled turns toward the sea. The stone underfoot had been grooved for traction, but centuries of damp had softened the edges. Sarah went first with the lowered lamp. Daniel followed Elena closely. Rowan and Hale came last. Behind them, above and farther back now, a door crashed open. Not loud enough to shake the chamber. Loud enough. Elena's pulse pounded in her throat. No one spoke. The passage was too narrow for anything except movement and breath and the occasional brush of cold stone against shoulder or sleeve. Water dripped somewhere below. The sea sound grew steadily stronger. Halfway down, the cleft widened briefly to a pocket ledge where a handcart lay overturned beside old cargo hooks driven into the rock. Sarah stopped only long enough to listen. Voices carried faintly from above. One of them echoed in a way that made it impossible to tell distance. Another sounded closer than it likely was. "How many?" Daniel whispered. "At least 2, Sarah said. "Possibly 3. "Armed?" "Likely." Rowan muttered, "Marvelous." Elena tightened her grip on the rolled charts she had taken. Her gloves were damp now, the paper edges pressing into her palms. The voices above grew louder for a second, then muffled again. They had reached the archive chamber. Sarah looked down the remaining passage. "The shelf is near. After that there's a low cut along the outer wall. It leads to the western descent and the old rope platform." Daniel nodded. "Boat?" "No. Too exposed if they see us from above." "Then where?" Sarah held his gaze. "There is another place your father used." Elena felt a strange chill at those words. "Of course there is," Rowan said under his breath. Sarah led them on. The passage opened suddenly onto the western face of the island. Wind struck them at once, carrying spray and the raw salt smell of open water. The shelf was barely wider than the path, cut beneath an overhang of black rock. To their left the sea boiled 30 feet below against a jumble of broken stone. To their right the cliff rose sheer and wet into darkness. No one followed openly yet. But the sense of pursuit had entered Elena's body and would not leave. Sarah shielded the lamp with her coat as they moved along the outer wall. Ahead, just visible in the dim light, a shape hung from iron arms fixed into the cliff. A platform. Not much larger than a crate pallet, reinforced with rope and timber. Beside it, a pulley system descended into darkness. Daniel stopped. "You're serious?" "It still works." "When was it last used?" Sarah's answer was immediate. "Not recently enough for comfort." Rowan stared at the drop. "I dislike everything about this island." Hale almost smiled, even now. "That's because it was not designed for consent." Above them, voices sounded clearer. One man called something sharp and impatient. Another answered from closer than before. Daniel stepped to the platform, tested the ropes, then the planks. It shifted but held. "How many at a time?" "Too lightly," Sarah said. "Or one with records?" "Then Rowan and Hale first." Rowan blinked. "Why am I suddenly cargo?" "Because you know the boat and Hale knows the lower channel." "If this breaks, I need Elena and the papers with me as long as possible." There was no time to argue the logic. Rowan helped Hale onto the platform with muttered insults directed equally at age, cliffs, and everyone else's decisions. Daniel lowered them hand over hand using the brake line wound through the iron cleat. The platform creaked, swung once, then descended out of sight. Elena stood pressed to the rock with the satchel strap biting across her shoulder, listening to the sea and the faint breathing of the rope under strain. A shout sounded above. Not words she could make out. Then the distinct rapid tread of men moving through the upper cut. "They found the stair," Sarah said. Daniel locked the brake line and looked at Elena. "You next." "No." "Elena." "No." "The records." "You and the records." Sarah had already moved behind them to listen for the men. "They're splitting," she said quietly. "One still above. At least one coming down." Daniel's voice lowered. "This is not the time." Then you go with the satchel. I'm not leaving you on a hanging platform while people with guns come through the rock. He met her eyes fully then. Not irritated now. Fierce. You are leaving because if those pages vanish, everything else we've done turns into another family rumor and a handful of dead men's guilt. Do you understand me? For one suspended moment she almost argued anyway. Then the sea roared below, and above them a stone skidded down the path from an approaching footstep. Elena stepped onto the platform. Sarah climbed on beside her without asking permission. Daniel looked at her sharply. What are you doing? The route beyond the base cut changes every season, Sarah said. You won't find the lower cache without me. Another step above. Closer. Daniel swore once, under his breath, and began lowering them. The platform dropped. Cold air rushed upward from the sea. Elena clutched the rope side rail with one hand and the chart roll with the other while the cliff face slid upward beside them. Sarah steadied herself as if she had done this before, though the whiteness in her knuckles said not often. Above, the shape of Daniel remained at the edge of the shelf for a few seconds longer. Then the platform swung beneath an overhang and he vanished from sight. The descent felt much longer than it could actually have been. At last the platform struck stone. Rowan caught the side rail. Move, he hissed. He'll need it again. They stepped off into a narrow lower cut at the island base where the sea had carved a partial hollow beneath the cliff. Hale stood with one hand braced to the wall, breathing hard but upright. The platform rose empty above them. Elena looked upward into darkness. No sound from Daniel yet. No shout. Nothing. A terrible 10 seconds passed. Then voices erupted above, muffled by stone. One sharp. One furious. The rope platform jerked abruptly, then descended far too fast. Elena's heart slammed against her ribs. But when it reached them, Daniel was on it, crouched low, one hand gripping the brake rope, the other holding himself against the rail. His cheek had been cut open near the temple. Blood ran dark along his jawline. He stepped off before the platform fully settled. Are you hurt? Elena asked. Later. That meant yes. Rowan had already taken hold of the rope to raise it again or release it, Irina couldn't tell which, until Daniel said, leave it. What if they follow? They can. It'll slow them less if they don't have to reset it. Sarah turned at once and led them into the lower hollow. This way. The path was no path at all now. They moved along a ledge so low in places that they had to duck beneath hanging rock while the sea burst wide against the stones to their left. Twice Elena thought the next step would lead straight into black water, and twice Sarah found a turn in the rock just before it. At last they reached a deeper recess hidden behind a curtain of stone. Inside it stood a small iron-bound door. Elena stared. Another room. Not a room, Sarah said. A storm cache. She produced a key from inside her coat and opened it. The chamber beyond was scarcely larger than a cell, but dry. Packed shelves lined one wall. Lanterns, blankets, a tool chest, boxes of preserved food, spare oilskins. And at the back, beneath a hanging tarpaulin, the shape of a narrow motor skiff pulled onto rollers. Rowan let out a low, almost reverent whistle. Now that, he said, is a decent secret. Sarah pulled the tarpaulin free. The skiff had been maintained. Not lovingly perhaps, but competently. Engine housing clean. Fuel canisters sealed. Oars lashed beneath the seats. A second compass fixed near the tiller. Daniel looked at it, then at Sarah. You expected this possibility. I expect all possibilities, she said. The cut at his temple was still bleeding. Elena moved toward him instinctively. He half turned, perhaps to say he was fine, then apparently thought better of it when she gave him a look sharp enough to stop argument before it began. Sit, she said. We need to move. We need your eye to continue belonging to your face. That made Rowan choke on a brief laugh. Daniel sat on a crate. Elena took a clean cloth from the shelf and pressed it into his hand first, but when he shifted like he meant to do it himself, she ignored that and cleaned the cut quickly in the uncertain light. It was not deep. Mostly a scrape from stone, perhaps. Yet the sight of his blood made something hot and swift move through her. Fear first, anger at the fear second. He watched her only once, then looked away toward the open cache door where wind and sea filled the gap. What happened above? She asked quietly. One of them reached the shelf before I got on the platform, he said. He came too close to the edge too fast. You pushed him. No. He slipped after changing his mind about grabbing me. A beat. I encouraged the process. She almost smiled despite herself. Did he fall? Onto the platform chain. Hard. Not into the sea. Daniel's mouth tightened slightly as the cloth touched a more painful spot. His friends were occupied helping him not make a second mistake. That bought us time. Yes. She tied the bandage in place and stepped back. There. Thank you. The words were simple. In the confined chamber, with the sea sounding against stone just beyond the door, they felt more intimate than they should have. Sarah was already at the skiff, checking fuel and ignition. The lower passage leaves with the next outward pull, she said. If we miss it, the rock throat floods too high and we wait another 6 hours. Which we do not have, Daniel said. No. Hale had sunk onto a box near the wall and closed his eyes for a moment. Rowan crouched beside the skiff, hands moving automatically over engine fittings. This route takes us where? Sarah looked up. To the east shelf hide. Elena heard the phrase and went still. Hide? A cottage, Sarah said. Or the remains of one. Your father used it after his first return from the island. There are copies there if the sea hasn't eaten them. Daniel's attention sharpened instantly. Copies of what? He never trusted one archive to hold everything. Her expression grew difficult to read. Especially not this island. Elena thought of him moving between temporary sanctuaries, carrying names and ledgers and routes like coals that burned through every pocket they touched. When did you last check the cottage? She asked. 3 months ago. Was anything disturbed? No. Then why not take us there first tonight? Because until the island rose, this route remained easier for other eyes to watch than to use. I needed to know whether we were followed. Daniel absorbed that with visible reluctance. You could have told us earlier. Yes, Sarah said. I could have. The answer was not apologetic. Only true. Something in Elena almost admired her for that. Above the sea noise, faint and far now, came a muffled shout. The men on the island had reached the lower cut. Daniel rose at once. We go. The east shelf hide. The skiff left the cache chamber on rollers and slid into black water so smoothly it seemed almost eager for escape. Rowan took the tiller first, partly because no one argued with a man who looked born behind an engine and partly because his hands knew panicless speed. Daniel sat beside him with the lowered lamp shielded under his coat. Sarah crouched in the bow watching the rock walls. Elena and Hale sat low in the center over the satchel and chart case while the sea surged through the narrow throat of stone. The lower passage was unlike any water route Elena had ever imagined. At times the rock walls closed so tightly on either side that she felt she could have touched both with outstretched hands. Then the passage widened abruptly into a black basin where the current spun in circles before slipping under another overhang. The hidden island above them was less land than structure here, carved by tide, hollowed by secrecy, dangerous in an almost architectural way. No moonlight reached some sections at all. Only the small shielded lamp and Rowan's feel for current. Left, Sarah said once. Then, hold center. Then, sharper, not there, that shelf bites. The skiff obeyed her voice and Rowan's hands. Twice stone scraped lightly beneath the keel. Each time Elena stopped breathing until the sound passed. Eventually the passage opened outward. Wind hit them again. Open sea stretched to the east, though still protected somewhat by a long outlying rock arm that curved from the island's side like a half-open gate. On the far end of that arm, barely visible, a low dark shape clung to the stone. The cottage. Or what remained. They landed on a shelf no better than a crack in the cliff and hauled the skiff far enough up that the first surge would not take it back. The cottage was smaller than Elena expected. One room and a lean-to, built partly from drift stone and partly from boards silvered by salt. The roof had been patched many times. One shutter hung crooked. Yet unlike the romantic ruin in her imagination, it did not look mournful. It looked stubborn. Someone who meant to outlast weather had made it. Sarah unlocked the door and pushed inward. The room inside smelled of dry wood, old smoke, and paper that had learned to survive damp. A table. 2 bunks. Shelves. A trunk. And above the table, fixed to the wall, another map in Jonas Marin's hand. Elena stood in the doorway and closed her eyes for half a second. Another place. Another life she had not known he lived. When she opened them again, Daniel was already moving through the room, checking corners, windows, adjoining space. Rowan latched the door. Hale sat down heavily on the nearer bunk as if conceding that age and adrenaline had finally reached an arrangement. Sarah went directly to the trunk and opened it. Inside lay oilcloth packets, ledgers, and a metal dispatch case. Daniel looked over her shoulder. How many copies? Enough, she said. Of what? The names list in partial form. Route extracts. 3 vessel inventories. And his personal memorandum. Elena turned. His what? Sarah drew out a wrapped notebook and laid it on the table. This. Elena crossed the room fast enough that the bench scraped underfoot. The notebook was not the same as the first one from Greyhaven. Smaller. Darker leather. Swollen slightly from old moisture but kept well enough that the pages still held. She knew before opening it that this was different. Not field notes. Something more inward. She lifted the cover. The first page held only a date and one sentence. If I cannot leave with the ledgers, let the record of thought remain somewhere dry. Her throat tightened. Daniel stood opposite her at the table now, blood-dark bandage near his temple, one hand resting lightly on the wood as if to steady both himself and the room. Read, he said softly. Elena turned the page. The entries were not daily. Some were weeks apart, some only lines, some several pages long. But all of them had the quality of a mind trying to force the world into honesty. He wrote of the first crossing from Blackwater and the way the island seemed less discovered than admitted by the tide. He wrote of the archive and the indignity of theft preserved more carefully than truth. He wrote of the Mercers as one branch in a wider tree of maritime corruption. He wrote of Sarah by name once only. SB knows the inventory walls better than she admits, and of Hale as the last decent witness left north of Norhaven. Then, several pages in, Elena found the first mention of herself. I dreamt of Lena again last night. In the dream she was 8 and furious because the sea had taken one of her painted shells. She accused the tide of theft as if theft were an ethical category the sea ought to respect. I told her the sea is innocent and men are not. I am less certain now. Her eyes blurred. The room softened at the edges. Daniel did not speak. No one did. She swallowed and turned another page. He wrote of fear more openly here than she would have believed possible. Not fear of dying. Fear of failing to carry enough proof back to change anything. Fear that secrecy had made him resemble the men he hated. Fear that the structure he pursued was too large to expose without destroying people who did not yet know how they were tied to it. Then, near the middle of the notebook, a passage had been marked with a line in darker ink. Elena read aloud before she realized she was doing it. If I return too soon, they will follow. If I return too late, she will grow around my absence like a tree around wire. Either way I deform what I love. Silence. Only the wind at the shutter. Elena lowered the notebook slowly. She had wanted proof that he had loved her enough to think of her every day. She had not realized how much she feared proof that he understood what his absence would do and chose it anyway. Daniel's voice came low. That sounds like a man trapped between two forms of damage. She almost snapped that she knew what it sounded like. Instead she said nothing. Sarah busied herself opening the metal dispatch case. Perhaps she was giving Elena the dignity not to be watched while hurt. Inside the case lay loose papers bound with ribbon, a small revolver wrapped in cloth, and a sealed envelope addressed in Jonas Marin's hand. Not to Elena. To Daniel Vale. Daniel saw it at the same moment she did. The entire room seemed to narrow around the envelope. His expression did not change immediately, but something in him went very still. Sarah picked it up and held it across the table. He left this in case you ever came north, she said. Daniel took it carefully. Did not open it. Simply looked at his own name on the paper for a beat too long. Elena saw the old guilt rise in him again, that internal flinch she had watched in 100 smaller forms. Open it, Rowan said from the door, not unkindly. Daniel did. Inside was one sheet. He read silently at first. Then once more. When he did not speak, Elena said quietly, Daniel. He looked up. Whatever was on the page had reached him. Read it, she said. His gaze held hers for a second, then dropped back to the page. D, he began, and his voice altered around the old initial. If the northern line opens again and you are standing where this can be read, then I have either succeeded badly or failed in a way that still leaves work for the living. Do not let guilt become your profession. It wastes time and flatters the dead. If Elena reaches this place, do not answer her with caution once evidence exists. She has inherited my worst integrity and will survive the truth better than our silences. He stopped. The room was so quiet Elena could hear the sea through the boards. Daniel swallowed once and continued. You were never responsible for the choices I made after Blackstone. Only for whether you honored what came after. If the ledgers live, bring them to daylight. If I do not, tell her I thought of home whenever weather changed. It is the most honest definition I have. When he finished, no one moved. Elena felt that something inside her had just been struck clean through with light. Not because the words solved anything. Because they removed one more lie. Her father had known exactly what Daniel carried and had refused to let him call it fate. Daniel folded the letter very carefully. His hand trembled once. Then stilled. Sarah looked down at the dispatch case, perhaps out of respect. Rowan cleared his throat and turned to examine the latch on the shutter with sudden exaggerated interest. Hale, from the bunk, said only, "About time." A laugh escaped Elena then. Not because anything was funny. Because grief had become too full to remain only grief. The sound surprised all of them, herself most of all. Daniel looked up. For a moment something undefended passed between them, recognition, relief, pain shared too long in silence. Then the shutter rattled harder in the wind and the room became practical again. Sarah spread the contents of the dispatch case on the table. "Here's what matters tonight," she said. "The route names and copy, the list of recovered vessels, the insurer links, the Mercer transactions, and this." She touched a folded set of pages tied separately with black ribbon. "The Kettering Memorandum." Daniel frowned. "Elise Kettering." "Yes." "The archive contact." Sarah nodded. "She met Jonas once." "Not where planned." "Later." "Briefly." He never trusted whether she was fully clean, but he trusted her fear. Elena looked up sharply. "There's a memorandum from her. Copied by him after the meeting." "What does it say?" Sarah untied the black ribbon. The first page was covered in close writing. Names. Institutions. Shipping offices. Salvage firms. Archive references. Near the bottom of the second page one line had been underlined twice by her father. Northern Recovery List sanitized under ministerial pressure following the 2009 inquiry. Living witness possibly retained off book. Elena looked up. Living witness. Daniel's eyes had already moved further down the page. Then he stilled. "What?" He turned the page toward the table lamp. At the very bottom, in different ink, was one added line. Marin believed Eastern witness still alive as of February 2014. The room contracted. February 2014. Months after the year Elena had been told her father died. Alive as of. Not vague now. Not maybe. Not rumor. Documented belief. Elena put both hands flat on the table to keep herself steady. Daniel's voice lowered almost to nothing. This was after Greyhaven. After Blackwater. After. Yes, Sarah said quietly. He lived. No one contradicted it. Because this time no one could. Elena closed her eyes. For one sickening second hope and rage rose together so violently she could not tell one from the other. He had lived. Lived. And still not come back. When she opened her eyes again, the room looked different. Sharper. Harsher. The notebook, the letters, the copied ledgers. All of it now existed inside that fact. She said, very evenly, if he was alive in February 2014, then someone knew where. Daniel looked at her at once. Yes. Who? Sarah answered before he could. The Eastern witness. What does that mean? It is not a person's title. It is route language. She pointed at the memorandum. A witness is anyone who can verify an off-book movement. Eastern means the outer approach beyond Norhaven. If Jonas survived into 2014, someone in the Eastern Line either saw him, sheltered him, or recorded his transit. Rowan let out a long breath. So now we hunt another ghost. No, Elena said, looking at the memorandum. Now we hunt the last person who saw him alive. 6. The storm against the shutter. They worked for the next hour while the wind worsened outside. The cottage became a place of sorting, choosing, and thinking aloud under pressure. Sarah identified the most important copied bundles. Daniel cross-referenced dates between the Kettering memorandum and Jonas's notebook. Elena read passages aloud when another pair of eyes was needed fast. Rowan checked the weather every 10 minutes through a crack in the shutter. Hale, once rested, contributed names and places from memory that made the copied ledgers suddenly more legible. The structure of the story widened. The syndicate had not simply hoarded historical salvage. It had shaped official response to maritime loss across whole stretches of coast. Some wrecks were declared too dangerous to recover publicly while private retrieval happened first. Some cargoes were underestimated in records to reduce scrutiny. Certain clerks, archivists, and insurers were paid to let gaps remain. The Mercer family appeared often. Not as rulers. As intermediaries. Reliable local partners with docks, warehouses, and civic reputations strong enough to quiet suspicion. Elena understood then why Greyhaven had felt as if it were holding its breath long before she arrived. The silence had not been local. It had been systemic. Her town, her father's town, so many coastal towns perhaps, had been trained over generations to confuse missing with lost, absent with drowned, unrecovered with gone. At some point Sarah set a mug of tea in front of Elena without comment. It had gone nearly cold before Elena noticed it. She drank anyway. Daniel sat opposite her with the open memorandum between them. The new bandage near his temple cast a sharp white line against the dim room. He looked exhausted and very far from done. Here, he said, sliding one page toward her. The note was a route extract in her father's hand. At the margin he had written, "E-line keeper suspicious / favors cash / may trade witness for passage." E-line, Elena said. Eastern Line. Daniel nodded. Likely the same person referenced in Kettering's memorandum. Sarah, sorting paper at the other end of the table, looked up. There were only 3 keeper stations on the Eastern Line still half operational after 2010. Which ones? Daniel asked. She named them one by one. North Barrow, St. Ruan's Watch, and the Warden House at Cinderness. Hale made a quiet sound in the back of his throat. Sarah looked at him. What? Cinderness had a keeper named Evo Bell around that time. Did you know him? No. But Jonas mentioned him once. Said Bell knew too much about unofficial tied windows for a man on a government light salary. Daniel's attention sharpened instantly. When? Hale thought. Late autumn. The year before he left Blackwater for good. Elena reached for the notebook, flipping through until she found a page with place names listed in quick succession. There. Bell? Cinderness if no better option. Unclean but alert. Nose hidden fuel drops. Her pulse kicked. He wrote it. Daniel leaned over the page. That gives us a destination. Sarah frowned. Or a grave. Cinderness isn't a place people visit casually. Rowan snorted softly. None of our places are. Elena looked up. Where is it? Sarah went to the map on the wall and pointed to a thin outcropping marked far east of the mainland routes. Here. A peninsula more than a town. Marsh behind it, bad roads, one disused light station and a harbor that empties twice a day into mud. Daniel considered the distance. From Blackwater by direct sea? Too risky in this weather. Tomorrow, perhaps, if the wind shifts. Sarah glanced toward the shutter. Or by returning south and taking the inland road line from Norhaven. Which is slower? Yes. But safer for paper. That mattered. The copied ledgers, the memorandum, the notebook. They could not all survive a hard sea crossing. Daniel looked at Elena. Her answer came before he asked. We take the records somewhere secure first. Greyhaven? She shook her head at once. No. Sarah nodded faintly, as if approving the instinct. If Arthur Mercer still has eyes on the harbor, bringing everything straight back there invites interception. Then where? Daniel asked. Sarah took a moment. There's a deconsecrated priory archive near Norhaven kept by two women who hate shipping men and distrust government catalogs. They owe me a favor and lock doors with admirable seriousness. Rowan's mouth twitched. At last, civilized people. Elena almost smiled. Then a sound outside erased it. Not wind this time. A sharp crack. Then another. Wood against stone. Daniel was on his feet instantly. Door? Rowan crossed to it, listened, and swore. Someone's trying the outer latch. All movement in the room ceased. Elena's pulse surged. They had come fast, whoever they were. Either from another hidden landing or by persistence through the island paths after all. Sarah extinguished one lamp and lowered the other. How many exits here? One good, one bad, she said. The lean-to roof opens onto the upper shelf if you can climb. The back wall has a coal hatch to the sea trench, but only at half-tide. And now? Too high. We'd drown. The crack came again, harder. Then a voice from outside. Muted by the door and the storm, but male, low, controlled. Open. No one moved. The voice came again. We know Sarah's inside. Sarah's face changed. Not fear exactly. Recognition and disgust. Daniel saw it. You know him? Yes. Who? She answered without looking away from the door. Julian Mercer. Elena stared. Mara's uncle? No. Her cousin. Arthur's son. The crack sounded again, this time the outer bar straining. Rowan moved toward the skiff gear in the corner and produced a boat hook with obvious satisfaction. Well, he said, at least this one has a face. Daniel looked around the room quickly. Hail. The old man was already standing with a short iron pry bar in his hand from somewhere Elena had not seen him take it. I have no intention of dying in a fisherman's shed after surviving 12 years of better lies, he said. The almost absurdity of the line cut some narrow path through Elena's fear. Daniel turned to her. If the door goes, you take the notebook and the memorandum. I am not leaving. I didn't say leave. I said take them. The distinction mattered. She nodded once. Sarah moved to the wall shelf and pulled down the cloth-wrapped revolver from the dispatch case. Elena stared. You know how to use that. I know how not to miss at conversational distance. The outer latch splintered. The room held one suspended heartbeat. Then Wood groaned inward. Rowan braced. Daniel stepped to the side of the doorway, not in front of it. The panel burst inward under a shoulder strike. A man came through with storm light behind him. Tall, clean-shaven, expensive coat already ruined by weather, two more shadowed shapes at his back. Julian Mercer. Even before Elena fully registered his features, she saw the family resemblance in the mouth and eyes. Not Tamara exactly, but enough to turn blood into accusation. He stopped when he saw the room arrayed against him. His gaze moved over Rowan's boat hook, Hale's pry bar, Sarah's revolver, Daniel's stillness, Elena's hand already on the notebook. Then he smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. "You've made this unnecessarily provincial," he said. Rowan barked out one rough laugh. "And you've entered the wrong cottage." Julian ignored him. His eyes settled on Sarah. "You should have burned it when you had the chance." Sarah's voice was cold. "You should have learned the difference between inheritance and theft." The two men behind Julian remained near the doorway, broad-shouldered and quiet. "Hired. Professional enough not to speak." Daniel said, "What do you want?" Julian looked at him as if newly interested. "So you're Daniel Vale." His gaze flicked briefly to the cut at Daniel's temple. "I expected older. And I expected you to send better men to cliffs." A flash of irritation crossed Julian's face. Then vanished. "I don't care about Greyhaven's melodrama," he said. "I care about what came out of the island chambers. Hand over the route copies and the names inventory, and no one here spends the night learning how little to see records." Elena felt something icy and clarifying settle inside her. Not fear exactly. Knowledge. This was one of the men who had lived inside family lies the way other people lived inside inherited houses and had mistaken long habitation for ownership. Before anyone else could answer, she said, "No." Julian turned his head toward her. The expression he gave her was almost pitying. "You have no idea what you're standing in." "That line is getting tired," she said. Something unreadable moved through his gaze. Perhaps surprise that she sounded less fragile than he hoped. Perhaps annoyance that the Marin name had acquired a voice. Sarah spoke without lowering the revolver. "Leave, Julian." He gave a small shrug. "I can't." The moment broke all at once. One of the men at his back lunged inward, perhaps assuming speed would end debate. Daniel moved before Elena fully saw it happen. He drove the man sideways into the splintered door frame hard enough to crack the remaining latch wood. Rowan's boat hook caught the second man across the wrist as he reached for Sarah's gun. Hale swung the pry bar low into someone's knee with shocking economy. The room exploded into motion. Elena grabbed the notebook and memorandum instinctively, shoving them under her coat, then snatched the satchel with the copied ledgers. Julian came toward the table instead of the fight, aiming for the papers. Sarah fired once. Not to kill. The bullet struck the wood beside his hand and blew splinters into the room. Julian recoiled, cursing, and lunged for her. Elena moved without thinking. The chart tube in her hand came down hard against his forearm. Pain shot up her wrist from the impact, but he lost his grip long enough for Sarah to strike him across the temple with the revolver butt. He staggered. Daniel had one of the hired men against the wall now, driving his shoulder into the man's chest while Rowan and Hale together occupied the other in a tangle of coat sleeves, curses, and old man fury. "Back way!" Sarah shouted. "There is no back way." Rowan shouted back. "The roof." Daniel heard that. "Elena, window." The shutters over the small side window had not been barred, only latched. Elena dropped the satchel on the table long enough to wrench them open. Wind and rain burst inward. Outside, the lean-to roof sloped toward a higher shelf of rock just close enough to reach if one did not think about falling. Daniel disengaged from the first man with a short brutal strike to the throat and reached the window in 2 strides. Go. Elena shoved the satchel through first. Daniel hauled himself onto the sill, then turned back and took the satchel from her long enough for her to climb after. Rowan swore magnificently behind them. Hale laughed once, actually laughed, in the chaos. Sarah fired a second shot into the ceiling beam, showering dust and splinters over Julian as she backed toward the window. Elena scrambled onto the slanted roof and almost slid at once. Daniel caught her arm, planting her toward the rock shelf above. Up, he said. She climbed. Boot slipping, knee scraping, breath tearing in her chest. Above her the shelf was barely broad enough to stand on, but it led toward the upper path. Daniel shoved the satchel into her hands and turned back to help Sarah. The room below still roared with struggle. Julian's voice rose in fury. Rowan's answered with something inventive and obscene. Then Hale appeared at the window with impossible steadiness for a man his age and thrust himself out into the storm while Daniel grabbed his coat and hauled. Sarah came next, last of all, revolver still in hand. Rowan was the final one. He flung the boat hook through the opening before climbing after it, and just as Daniel pulled him clear the cottage door gave way entirely under the weight inside. Julian shouted from within. Too late. Daniel slammed the shutters closed from outside and kicked the latch bar through the handle brackets, gaining them perhaps seconds at best. Move. They ran along the upper shelf into rain and darkness while behind them men burst into the ruined cottage and found only the storm. 7. The path to morning. The upper path was barely visible in the weather. Rain had arrived with full force now, driven sideways by wind. The sea below the cliff vanished and returned in white flashes. Every surface shone black and treacherous. Sarah led them across the shelf to a cleft in the rock where a rope line had once been fixed. The lower pegs remained. The upper ones had rusted through. We go inland over the spine, she said. They'll expect us to try the skiff. Rowan, soaked through and still carrying the boat hook like a medieval judgment, spat rainwater sideways. That would have been my first thought. Which is why it won't be theirs, Daniel said. Elena clutched the satchel under her coat as best she could. The notebook pressed against her ribs. The memorandum crackled faintly every time she breathed. All that paper. All that truth. So vulnerable to one wave, one slip, one man's hand. She understood with brutal clarity now why secrecy survived so well in history. Not because lies were strong. Because proof was fragile. They climbed. The spine of the island proved narrower than any path so far, a jagged ridge of basalt running along the hidden land's center. On one side the western sea pounded. On the other the eastern rocks vanished into storm-dark foam. Lightning flashed far out beyond the reefs, showing for 1 second at a time the monstrous architecture of the island around them. Twice Daniel took Elena's arm when the wind struck hard enough to tilt her sideways. The second time his grip remained a beat longer than necessary. Not possession. Assurance. She did not pull away. Behind them, dim through rain, a lantern appeared briefly near the cottage shelf. Then another. They were being followed after all. Faster, Daniel said. No one objected. The ridge descended at last toward a depression near the island's far side where the rock broadened into a basin sheltered from the worst of the wind. In its center stood what looked like the broken foundations of an older structure, perhaps one of the first route sheds or some long-ruined keeper post. Sarah dropped to one knee there and pulled aside a slab of loose stone near the base. Under it lay a tin cylinder sealed in wax cloth. She thrust it at Elena. What is this? Secondary names copy. If the satchel goes, that does not. Elena took it at once and shoved it inside her coat beneath the notebook. Daniel looked over the basin walls toward the path they had come. Lantern light bobbed briefly, then vanished again. They're close. Sarah rose. There's a descent on the north face to the outer basin. Rowan squinted through the rain. Please tell me that phrase means a place with less cliff. No. Thought so. They moved again. Hale stumbled once, hard enough that Daniel had to catch him under the arm. I'm all right, the older man said through his teeth. Not relevant, Daniel replied. Still moving. Elena looked back at them, then at the path ahead. Somewhere in this storm they were crossing ground her father had crossed. Carrying some version of what he had carried. Followed perhaps by the same line of men, or sons of those men, or heirs to the same system of theft. The thought gave her a strange, fierce steadiness. She had not chosen this inheritance. But it was hers now. The north-face descent was less a path than a crack torn open by frost long ago and widened by human use. They half climbed, half slid downward into another basin where black water pooled between stones before spilling through a trench to the sea. At the far end, hidden almost completely by rock, stood a narrow inlet. And in that inlet, tied beneath the cliff, another boat. Not Rowan's. Longer. Sleeker. Better engine housing. Built for speed more than patience. Elena stopped. Sarah. Yes. Whose boat is that? Sarah's face had gone grim. Not mine. Daniel moved at once, crouching near the bow line and touching the wet timber just above the knot. Still warm from movement, he said. Hale looked into the basin behind them. Then they came by this side. They expected the cottage route, Daniel said. Rowan swore softly. And now we've run into their teeth. As if in answer, a light flashed once from above the inlet. Then again. Signal. The storm suddenly felt smaller than the trap. Sarah lifted the revolver again. We're out of time. Julian Mercer's voice drifted down from somewhere above, blurred by rain but unmistakable. Enough of this, he called. You cannot carry paper through surf. Daniel looked at the inlet, at the stranger's boat, at the climb behind them where lanterns approached. Then at Elena. Whatever he was about to say would decide the night. And perhaps everything after it. She tightened her grip on the satchel and felt the tin cylinder, the notebook, the memorandum under her coat like separate heartbeats. The sea roared in the narrow basin. Rain struck the rocks hard enough to sting. And over all of it, Julian's voice came once more from the dark. You choose now, he called. Records, or lives? Daniel did not answer him. Not yet. But Elena saw the decision gather in his face like stormlight. And knew the night was not finished with them. Chapter 7, The Narrow Passage. For one suspended second, no one moved. Rain struck the black stone basin in silver threads. Water spilled through the trench to the sea with a sound like breath being dragged through teeth. Above them, unseen in the storm dark, Julian Mercer and his men held the higher ground. Below them, tied beneath the cliff, waited a boat that did not belong to any of them. And between those two facts stood Daniel, looking at the inlet, the ropes, the rock, and the shape of the current with that dangerous stillness Elena had come to recognize. Julian's voice came again from above. You are carrying paper through weather that will pulp it within the hour. No one answered him. Daniel spoke without taking his eyes off the inlet. Rowan. Yes. That boat. Rowan squinted through the rain, wiping water from his face with the back of his hand. Fast hull. Good engine. Low draft. Built for channels. Can it get us off this side? If the intake's clear and no one shot through the fuel line. Useful. Julian laughed softly from somewhere above them. There it is, he called. The practical cowardice of sailors. Rowan looked up into the rain and shouted back, I've heard better insults from gulls. A flash of irritation seemed to crackle through the dark. Elena could not see Julian, but she could feel his temper there, high and cold. Sarah kept the revolver aimed upward, though there was nothing clear to aim at. He wants us arguing, she said. Yes, Daniel replied. Hale, breathing harder now but still steady on his feet, leaned one hand on the wet rock wall. So stop admiring his technique and decide whether we're stealing the boat. Daniel finally looked at Elena. There was no softness in his face now, only urgency and thought. Rain had flattened his hair dark against his forehead. The bandage near his temple had gone damp at the edges. If we climb, he said, they have the advantage. Elena nodded. If we stay, they trap us. Yes. If we take the boat. Daniel glanced toward Rowan. Rowan answered the unfinished thought himself. Then we've got one chance, maybe two, before the rocks decide otherwise. Julian called again, voice nearer now, perhaps moving along the upper shelf above them. Elena. The use of her name froze something in the air. You don't know me, she shouted back. No, Julian answered. But I know the shape of what you're doing. You're protecting copies of crimes no court has appetite to prosecute, carrying records written by men who profited from every silence they now pretend to regret. Sarah's jaw tightened. That, she said quietly, is a remarkably expensive way of saying he's frightened. Daniel did not look up. Elena, Julian called again, if you bring those papers ashore, they won't become justice. They'll become leverage. The people you think are clean will use them exactly as my family would have. The rain seemed to slow around Elena for one strange instant. Because that, she hated it, was not entirely implausible. All these weeks she had been pursuing truth as if truth naturally purified whatever it touched. But she knew enough now to understand how quickly evidence could become currency in the wrong hands. Daniel saw the hesitation move across her face. He stepped closer. He may be right about the appetite of institutions, he said quietly. He is not right about surrender. Something steadied in her again. No. Not surrender. Never that. Julian's voice hardened. Last offer. Leave the ledgers, the copies, and the notebook. Walk away. You think we'd believe you'd let us, Rowan muttered. We don't have to believe him, Sarah said. Only choose faster than he expects. Daniel crouched at the edge of the inlet and studied the stranger's boat more carefully. The line had been knotted in haste rather than elegance. One of the fenders hung too low. The stern rode slightly heavier than the bow, as if there were gear stowed aft. 2 men came in that boat at least, Rowan said, reading the same signs. 3? Daniel asked. Not comfortably. Hale turned his head toward the upper slope and listened. There are 3 voices above. Maybe 4. Then one stayed with the path, Sarah said. Or arrived by another route. Julian spoke before they could go further. You are wasting time you do not have. Daniel stood. All right, he said. Rowan blinked. All right what? We take the boat. Elena felt the decision strike through the group like current. Julian's laugh stopped at once. From above came the scrape of boots shifting on wet stone. Daniel's voice dropped into the clipped, precise tone he used when every second mattered. Rowan, engine. Sarah, cover the upper shelf. Hale, with me on the line. Elena. Yes? He held her gaze. You keep the satchel dry, the tin cylinder closer than breath, and if I tell you to jump, you do not stop to argue. Even now, despite everything, something almost like a smile threatened at the corner of her mouth. I might stop briefly. Elena. I heard you. That had to be enough. Rowan was already moving, low and fast over the rocks toward the boat. Daniel followed to cut the stern line while Hale took the bow knot with hands that trembled only slightly. Sarah backed toward the inlet edge, revolver still trained on the heights. A shot cracked from above. Stone splintered near the trench. Elena dropped instinctively, crouching low against the rock with the satchel under her coat. Careful! Daniel shouted. That was warning fire, Sarah said grimly. He still thinks we'll bargain. Julian's voice came sharp through the rain. The next one is not. Rowan swore as the engine cover came open beneath his hands. Mercifully, they fueled it. Idiots with taste. Another shot rang out. This one struck lower, sparks flicking from rock beside the inlet. Sarah fired back immediately, not to hit, Elena thought, but to force heads down. The revolver's blast sounded brutally loud in the enclosed basin. Then everything moved at once. Daniel cut the stern line. Hale freed the bow. Rowan shoved the boat hard enough that it drifted out from the cliff, bumping once against stone. Daniel jumped in first, catching the side rail and hauling it into steadier water. Elena. She ran the few steps over slick rock and jumped, landing badly on one knee in the center of the boat. Pain shot up her leg, but there was no time to examine it. Hale came in after her with more grace than seemed possible. Sarah stepped in backwards, still aiming upward. Rowan dropped into the stern and turned the ignition. The engine coughed. Once. Twice. Elena heard Julian shout something above the basin, an order, furious and sharp. The engine caught. Rowan drove them forward just as a third shot cracked over the water. The bullet struck the cliff behind them and whined away into rain. The boat surged through the mouth of the inlet into open sea. The channel east. The eastern water was worse. That was obvious within seconds. Where the western approaches had been hidden and treacherous, the eastern side of the island was violent and exposed. Waves came slantwise from the storm line now rolling in from the northeast, breaking against outer rocks and rebounding into cross-chop that made the small boat leap and slap hard enough to jar Elena's teeth. Rowan hunched over the tiller with fierce concentration. Daniel knelt beside him, one hand on the windshield frame, scanning the black water ahead for shelves, phone lines, anything that might mean rock. Sarah turned once to look back. The island had nearly vanished behind rain and darkness, but two moving lights showed briefly near the basin entrance. They're launching, she said. Of course they are, Rowan muttered. How fast? Daniel asked. Faster than this if they know the cut. The words hung there. Elena clutched the satchel tighter and pressed herself lower against the seat. The notebook under her coat seemed to burn against her ribs. Her father's words, his maps, his copies, the names inventory, the Kettering memorandum, everything they had taken from the island now felt less like paper than a living thing trying to survive the sea. The boat hit a wave hard enough to lift Hale half off the bench. He grabbed the side rail and hissed through his teeth. "You all right?" Elena shouted over the wind. "Yes," he shouted back, then added more quietly, in the broad theological sense. Despite the terror of the moment, the line nearly made her laugh. Daniel twisted around to look at the receding island. "Can they cut us off before the outer reef?" "Not if I find the south break first," Rowan said. "That does not sound like certainty." "Then you should have chosen a land problem." The rain thickened. For several long minutes the world became engine noise, spray, black water, and the intermittent pale foam of rocks that appeared too close and vanished too slowly. Sarah kept one hand braced on the gun and the other on the rail, eyes flicking between the sea ahead and the darkness behind. Then she said, "There." At first Elena saw nothing. Then a moving light emerged in the storm behind them. Low to the water. Fast. Their pursuers. Daniel saw it too. How many lights? One. Could still be more than one man. Yes. The boat behind them gained slightly as they crossed a rough patch of open water. Julian had not been bluffing. He was not willing to lose what they carried. Elena looked toward the horizon ahead. Nothing there but darkness and weather. No mainland lights. No shelter. Just a race through black water between secrets and men who wanted them back. "Rowan," Daniel said, "how close can you take us to the south break?" "Close enough to make every sane person hate me." "Good." Rowan gave a harsh grin. "I was hoping for that answer." The boat angled suddenly left, cutting across a field of broken swell toward what looked to Elena like empty sea. "Rock teeth under us," Sarah said quietly. The phrase made Elena's stomach drop. "How do you know?" Sarah pointed with her chin. The wave pattern changed there, subtle, but visible once shown. The water folded oddly over submerged ridges, creating seams of white that did not match the wind. Rowan steered straight at them. Elena tightened every muscle in her body. "Daniel." "I know." The pursuing light grew larger behind them, then slowed slightly. Their boat, whoever commanded it, either saw the danger or knew it too. Rowan chose not to slow at all. He drove the boat between two boiling patches of foam with only a narrow strip of black water between them. The hull scraped once, lightly, then cleared. Elena stopped breathing entirely. Another scrape. Then open water again. Behind them came a shout, faint in the storm. The pursuing light veered too late. There was a sound like timber striking stone. Not a full crash. But enough. The light lurched wildly, vanished behind spray, then reappeared farther back and lower than before. Rowan did not look around. "Bought us 30 seconds, he said. "Maybe more," Daniel replied. "Then think of somewhere useful to spend them." Between two choices. The sea opened wider after the south break. The hidden island was behind them now, swallowed by storm and distance. Ahead lay only the uncertain route back toward Blackwater, then beyond that whatever choice they could still make before dawn. Sarah wiped rain from her face with a numb hand. "If we head straight for Blackwater, they may expect it. They may also need somewhere to repair," Hale said. That collision wasn't gentle. Julian's boat light still followed, but farther back now and wavering. "Not enough," Daniel said. Elena looked at him. "You're thinking." "Yes. That's usually dangerous." "It's often necessary." The engine strained as Rowan pushed it harder. Daniel turned toward Sarah. "How far to the Priory if we make mainland landfall south of Norhaven?" "By sea in this weather?" Too uncertain. By road from South Marsh Harbor, for hours if the roads hold. And Cinder Ness. Sarah understood immediately. East by inland line from South Marsh, then another hour north on bad roads. Elena looked between them. You're deciding whether to hide the records or follow the witness. Yes, Daniel said. Tonight? If we lose the trail now, it may be gone by morning. She looked down at the satchel. The papers mattered. The witness mattered. Her father mattered in ways she was only beginning to understand. What would he have done? She asked quietly. Daniel's mouth tightened. That is not always a useful question. No, she said. But answer it. He looked out into the rain for a long second. He would have chosen the witness and assumed he could keep the papers safe at the same time. Could we? No. Honesty. Immediate and brutal. That, at least, had become reliable. Sarah leaned forward slightly. If the Eastern witness is real, Julian may know the same name by now. The moment he realizes what we took includes Kettering's memorandum, he will understand the next step. Then he goes for Cinder Ness, Elena said. Yes. And if he gets there first? Sarah did not answer. She did not need to. The boat rose on a long swell and came down hard. Behind them the pursuing light dipped out of sight for several seconds, then reappeared weaker. Perhaps damaged, perhaps simply fighting the weather. Rowan shouted over the engine, decide before the fuel line decides for you. Daniel turned fully toward Elena now. This, she realized, was no longer him directing her for safety while she followed the mystery. This was an actual choice, shared because the cost belonged to both of them. We can do this two ways, he said. South Marsh and the Priory first. We secure the papers, lose time, perhaps lose the witness. Or we go inland at once for Cinder Ness, risk the papers on the road, and hope the witness still prefers survival to payment. Elena met his eyes through rain and darkness. What do you think? He answered as he always did when refusing comfort. I think both options are bad. Good. That means we're being realistic. Something in his expression shifted, briefly, unwillingly, almost like the beginning of affection breaking through the storm. Then it was gone again. Cinder Ness, she said. Sarah inhaled sharply but did not object. Hale nodded once from the bench. I was hoping youth had not become cautious while I wasn't looking. Rowan made a sound that might have been either contempt or approval. Then hold on. South Marsh first, road after. Daniel looked back once more at the weak, distant pursuit light. If they survive the break. Sarah's voice was cold. Julian usually does. South Marsh. They reached the mainland just before dawn. South Marsh was less a town than a wet cluster of low buildings gathered around a tidal harbor that looked half-drowned even at low water. Mudflats spread out behind the docks like dark skin beneath the paling sky. A few lamps still burned in windows, blurred by rain. The wind had shifted again, carrying the smell of marsh grass and brine. Rowan brought the stolen boat in under the lee of an old fuel shed and cut the engine. For a few seconds no one moved. The sudden silence roared in Elena's ears. Then Rowan looked at Daniel. Well? Daniel stood carefully, feeling the stiffness that had settled into all of them after hours at sea. We take what matters and leave the rest. Sarah nodded. If Julian makes harbor, he'll ask questions at the docks first. Then let him ask the wrong ones, Rowan said. They moved quickly. The satchel. The chart tube. The tin cylinder. The notebook inside Elena's coat. Sarah took only the papers she needed and left the rest of the stolen boat untouched, as though disrespect for thieves could be expressed through selective tidiness. Rain fell more lightly now, though the sky remained iron gray. South Marsh Harbor was nearly empty at this hour. One truck stood near the fish sheds. Two men in oilskins moved crates under an awning and barely glanced at them. Coastal places learned when not to look. Rowan led them off the dock toward a gravel lane where an old dark utility wagon sat half under a corrugated roof. "Please tell me that works," Elena said. "It works in the way everything I own works," Rowan replied. Reluctantly, but longer than expected. Daniel helped Hale into the back seat while Sarah took the passenger side. Elena climbed in behind them with the satchel in her lap. Daniel came last, slamming the door against the rain. As Rowan turned the ignition, the engine coughed like an old man clearing his throat and then caught. "Miracle," Hale said. "No," Rowan replied. "Maintenance." The wagon rolled out of South Marsh onto the inland road. The road to Cinder Ness. Day broke slowly and without beauty. No sunrise. Only a gradual lightening of cloud over flooded fields and hedgerows bent by years of salt wind. The road narrowed and widened unpredictably, sometimes paved, sometimes patched, sometimes little more than wet gravel between ditches. Elena sat with the satchel on her knees, one hand inside her coat touching the notebook every few minutes as if to confirm it remained real. Daniel sat beside her in the middle row, head tipped back briefly against the seat, eyes closed. Not sleeping. Thinking. She could tell the difference now. After a long silence she said quietly, "Your bandage is bleeding again." His eyes opened at once. "That seems to happen when people shoot at us. You should let me change it when we stop." "We're not stopping." She gave him a look. He almost smiled. "Fine," he said. "When Rowan inevitably insults the engine and calls it a halt, you can be triumphant. That's very generous. Don't misuse it." Ahead of them, Sarah unfolded one of the dryer maps over the dashboard. "Cinder Ness Road branches at Loafin Bridge," she said. "If Julian guesses correctly, he'll either try to beat us there or send ahead." Rowan kept his eyes on the road. "With what men? The ones he bounced off a hidden island?" "With whoever still likes being paid," Sarah replied. That, Elena thought, was the exhausting truth of all systems like this. There were always more men willing to guard silence if silence still fed them. Hale spoke from the back, voice drowsier now with fatigue. "What exactly are we asking this witness?" Elena answered before anyone else could. "When he saw my father. Where? In what condition? And whether he carried the copies after February 2014. Daniel nodded. "And whether he met Elise Kettering." Sarah turned slightly in her seat. "And whether he sold anything to the syndicate afterward." Elena looked at her sharply. "You think he might have?" "I think men described in route notes as unclean but alert are rarely saints. The wagon hit a rut hard enough to throw all of them sideways." Rowan swore at the road, the county, and governments in general. Then, quieter, bridge ahead. Loafin Bridge was 1 lane wide and slick with rain. As they crossed it, Elena saw marsh water moving beneath in long dark channels toward the sea. Beyond the bridge, the road forked. One branch curved inland toward Norhaven and the Priory. The other bent east into lower land under a sky that seemed somehow more desolate. Rowan took the eastern fork without asking. No one suggested otherwise. "Another 40 minutes if the road holds," Sarah said. "If it doesn't?" Daniel asked. Then we learn whether your concern about the bandage was premature, Elena murmured. This time he did smile, though only briefly. It startled her how much that small expression could ease the room. Then the wagon rounded a bend, and all of them went silent at once. Up ahead, partially sideways across the road, stood another vehicle. Black. Larger. One door open. No one visible yet. Rowan braked hard. The wagon skidded slightly on wet gravel before stopping. Daniel was already looking out through the rain. Sarah swore softly. Too fast, she said. He sent someone ahead. Elena tightened her grip on the satchel. The road narrowed here between marsh ditch and low stone wall. No easy way around. Then a figure stepped from behind the black vehicle. Tall. Alone. An oilskin coat buttoned to the throat. He raised one hand, not in threat but in caution. Even through rain and distance, Elena could see that he was older. Lean. Weather-cut. One shoulder lower than the other as if from an old injury. He looked directly at their wagon. And then, with slow deliberate clarity, he called out through the rain. If you've come about Jonas Marin, don't let the Mercer men see you stop. No one in Rowan's wagon breathed. The witness had found them first. And somewhere behind them, on roads still wet from storm and salt, Julian Mercer was almost certainly coming. Chapter 8, The Man at Cinder Ness. For a moment Rowan did not move the wagon. Rain tapped against the windshield in steady, patient rhythms while the old vehicle idled in low vibration beneath them. Ahead on the road the lone figure stood beside the black car, one hand raised, not threatening, not welcoming either. Simply waiting. Elena's heartbeat slowed into something harder and more deliberate. That's him, she said quietly. Sarah leaned forward slightly from the passenger seat, studying the man through the rain. Yes, she said. Daniel turned his head. You're certain? Unless someone else on this coast matches the description, unclean but alert. The man outside the wagon had lowered his hand now. He had not moved closer. That, Elena realized, was deliberate. Someone who had lived a long time around wary sailors understood distance. Rowan, Daniel said quietly, pull up beside him. Slowly. Rowan muttered something about madness but eased the wagon forward. The man watched them approach without stepping away from the road. Up close he looked older than Elena had expected. Perhaps late 60s. Deep lines carved into his face by wind and salt air. A narrow scar crossed the bridge of his nose. His coat was patched carefully but worn enough that no one could mistake it for fashion. When the wagon stopped beside him he bent slightly and looked through the open window. His eyes moved from Rowan to Sarah. Then to Daniel. Finally they settled on Elena. You're his daughter, he said. The statement carried no uncertainty. Elena nodded. Yes. The man exhaled slowly. I was hoping you'd come before the Mercer boy. Sarah opened the passenger door. Evo. Still alive, he replied. Barely, she said. He gave a dry smile. Good to see you too. Daniel stepped out of the wagon then, rain striking his coat immediately. You're Evo Bell. That's what they called me the last time anyone bothered writing my name down. We need to talk. Bell glanced up the road behind them. You need to get off this road first. Rowan leaned out his window. Suggestions? Bell jerked his thumb toward the marsh path beside the stone wall. Old service track. Leads to the light station. Cinder Ness Lighthouse? Used to be. Sarah nodded. It'll do. Rowan didn't argue. Within seconds the wagon was bumping off the road onto a narrow track barely visible between reeds and low flooded fields. Behind them the black car remained where it was. Elena looked back through the rain. Why was it there? Belle climbed into the back of the wagon beside Hale before answering. So Mercer's men would stop there first. Daniel looked at him sharply. You expected them. I expect everything these days. The lighthouse. The old Cinderness light station stood alone on a low rise above a marsh. Its tower had once been white. Now it was weather-gray with rust stains beneath the iron lantern frame. The keeper's house beside it leaned slightly toward the sea, roof patched with mismatched shingles. Rowan pulled the wagon to a stop beside the door. Belle stepped out first. No lights, he said. Why? Elena asked. Because if Julian Mercer comes through that road and sees light up here, he'll know he guessed right. That seemed reasonable enough. They went inside in darkness. Belle lit one lantern once the door was shut and the shutters drawn. The room smelled of damp wood and old salt. Maps hung crookedly on the walls. Shelves held rope coils, signal lamps, and tools that looked older than Elena. Belle set the lantern on the table. Then he looked at her again. So, he said quietly, Jonas Marin finally sent someone. Elena pulled the notebook from inside her coat and set it carefully on the table. He didn't send me, she said. He left questions. Belle stared at the notebook. For the first time something like grief crossed his face. He kept writing, Belle murmured. Yes. Belle sat down heavily in the nearest chair. Well, he said, that complicates things. Daniel stepped closer. How? Belle looked up at him. Because if he kept writing, then he never made it to Kettering. The words landed like a stone. Elena felt her stomach tighten. You were supposed to meet him, she said. Belle nodded slowly. February 2014. The exact date from the memorandum. You saw him, Elena said. Belle leaned back slightly. Yes. Alive. Yes. Her voice dropped. Tell me everything. Belle studied her face for a moment. Then he nodded once. Fair enough. The last crossing. Belle poured a small measure of whiskey from a bottle on the shelf. Not for himself. For Hale. Old bones, he said. Hale accepted it with gratitude. Then Belle began. Your father reached Cinderness in a motor skiff not much bigger than the one you probably used tonight. Storm had been running for 3 days already. He looked like a man who had been arguing with the sea and losing. Elena listened without blinking. He had the satchel, Belle continued. And a metal case. Daniel exchanged a quick glance with Sarah. The case, Daniel said. Belle nodded. Filled with copies and notes. Said he had the original name's ledger hidden somewhere safer. Elena's heart jumped. Where? Belle shook his head. He never told me. Of course. Jonas Marin had always trusted systems less than individuals. Belle continued. He wanted passage inland. Said someone named Elise Kettering had agreed to meet him in the capital with the evidence. Sarah frowned. That tracks. Daniel asked the next question. Did he leave here? Yes. How? Truck ride with a fish merchant heading north. Elena's breath caught. So he reached land. Yes. Daniel leaned forward. And then? Belle's expression darkened. And then 3 days later Mercer men came looking. Mercer's search. They arrived polite, Belle said. Too polite. Elena could imagine that easily. They asked if I'd seen a stranger. Said he might be dangerous. Daniel snorted quietly. Belle continued. I told them nothing. Not because I'm brave. Because I hate men who smile like that. Sarah smiled faintly. A sensible principle. Belle shrugged. Didn't matter. They already knew enough. Daniel's voice sharpened. How? Belle met his eyes. Because someone betrayed him. The room went silent. Elena felt something cold move through her chest. Who? She whispered. Belle shook his head slowly. That part one never learned. But they followed him, Daniel said. Yes. Elena gripped the edge of the table. Did they catch him? Belle hesitated. Then nodded. Yes. Chapter 9, The Truth of the Storm. No one spoke for several seconds. Outside the lighthouse the storm wind rattled the shutters. Inside, the lantern flame moved in small restless arcs. Elena's voice came out almost steady. They caught him. Belle nodded once. Outside Norhaven. Alive. Yes. Daniel's jaw tightened. What happened next? Belle leaned forward on the table. That part one only know because one of the Mercer men talked too much. Elena stared at him. Talked? Later, Belle said. Drunk. Rowan muttered from the corner. That's the only way truth escapes rich men. Belle continued. They stopped the truck. Took Jonas Marin out. Elena felt her pulse hammering. They searched him. And? Belle looked directly at her. He didn't have the ledger. A strange relief moved through the room. Daniel exhaled slowly. Good. But Belle raised one finger. That didn't help him. Elena's voice dropped. Why? Because they believed he'd hidden it. Had he? Belle looked at the notebook on the table. Apparently. Sarah spoke quietly. What did they do to him? Belle's expression hardened. They questioned him. No one asked how. The answer did not require description. Elena felt her nails digging into her palm. And then, Belle continued, something went wrong. Daniel frowned. Wrong? Belle nodded. A storm rolled in off the coast. Elena felt a strange echo move through her memory. Storms again. Always storms. Belle continued. The Mercer men had him in a warehouse near the harbor. And the storm flooded it. Yes. Daniel looked stunned. They lost him. Belle nodded. In the chaos. Elena stared. He escaped. Belle lifted his shoulders slightly. That's what the drunk man said. Silence again. Then Elena whispered. So my father was alive. Belle nodded slowly. Yes. And free. For a while. The words hit harder than expected. For a while? Daniel asked. Belle leaned back. Because after that. He paused. No one saw him again. Elena closed her eyes. Storm. Flood. Escape. And then? Nothing. Daniel spoke quietly. Unless someone did. Belle looked at him. What? Daniel pointed to the notebook. If he escaped, he would have tried to finish what he started. Sarah nodded. That means returning to the evidence. Elena understood instantly. The island. Belle frowned. You think he went back? Daniel nodded slowly. Yes. The room fell silent again. Because if that was true, then Jonas Marin might have returned to the one place no one expected. The island that appeared and vanished with the tide. Belle looked from one face to another. You're thinking of going back there? Elena answered. Yes. Belle stared at her. You're mad. Probably. Daniel nodded. Very likely. Rowan sighed. I was afraid that was the plan. Sarah folded the memorandum carefully. If Jonas returned to the island. Belle finished the thought quietly. Then whatever he did next might still be waiting there, Elena said. The storm outside began to fade slowly toward morning. And somewhere beyond the reefs, the hidden island would soon begin to sink beneath the tide again. But this time, they knew where the story had gone next. And for the first time since Greyhaven began unraveling its secrets, Elena felt closer to the truth than ever before. The final chapter of her father's story was still missing. But now she knew where to look. And who had tried to erase it. Chapter 10, What the Sea Finally Gives Back. Morning arrived slowly at Cinder Ness. The storm had exhausted itself during the final hours before dawn. By the time pale gray light spread across the marshes, the rain had weakened to a fine drifting mist. The sea beyond the headland still moved in long heavy swells, but the violence had passed. Inside the old lighthouse house no one had slept. The lantern burned low on the table between them, surrounded by the papers that had brought them here. The copied ledgers, the Kettering memorandum, the notebook that held Jonas Marin's private thoughts, and the tin cylinder of secondary records. Elena stood by the window looking toward the distant water. The tide had turned. Far out beyond the reefs, somewhere beyond sight, the hidden island would already be sinking back beneath the sea. Daniel approached quietly behind her. You're thinking about going back, he said. It was not a question. Elena nodded without turning. Yes. Daniel rested one hand on the window frame. The tide window will close within 2 hours. That's enough. For what? She finally turned to face him. To finish it. Daniel studied her face for a long moment. There was no hesitation left there now. Not the confusion that had filled Greyhaven, not the fragile hope that had begun at Blackwater Isle. Only resolve. What do you think we'll find? He asked quietly. Elena placed her hand on the notebook resting on the table. My father finished the work, she said. Daniel frowned slightly. You're sure? He escaped the Mercer men. He had the copies. He knew they were still hunting him. She looked at Sarah. He went back to the island. Sarah nodded slowly. That would make sense. Belle leaned back in his chair. And if he did? Elena's voice softened. Then he left something there. The return. By mid-morning they were back on the water. Rowan had insisted on checking the skiff twice before launching from South Marsh Harbor. The storm had left floating debris in the channels and the wind still pushed unevenly from the north. But the sea was calmer than the night before. Daniel stood beside Rowan at the stern as they approached the outer reef. Same channel? Rowan asked. Yes. Sarah pointed toward the changing waterline. The tide's already dropping. Elena sat near the bow with the satchel at her feet and the notebook in her hands. She had read it twice during the drive from Cinderness. The final entries were short. Urgent. One line returned to her again and again. If I cannot carry the truth ashore, then I must leave it where the tide cannot lie about it. The skiff passed through the reef opening without incident. And as the water withdrew further, the island began to rise again. Dark rock emerging from silver water. Silent. Waiting. Rowan cut the engine near the same landing stage they had used before. No lights burned on the cliff now. No voices echoed between the rocks. The island looked empty. But Elena knew better. Same path, Daniel said. They climbed the steps in silence. Wind moved softly across the stone now. No storm, no rain. Only the distant sound of waves breaking against the outer reefs. The station building remained exactly as they had left it. Except for one thing. The lantern inside the doorway had been moved. Daniel noticed immediately. He came back, he said. Elena's heart began beating harder. The final record. The archive chamber beneath the island was quiet. No one had disturbed it since their escape the night before. But something new waited on the central table. A metal box. Sarah stepped forward slowly. That wasn't here. Daniel examined the lid. Rust pattern matches the dispatch case Bell described. Elena opened it. Inside lay a single waterproof envelope. And beneath it, the original name's ledger. Sarah inhaled sharply. The full record. Elena lifted the envelope carefully. On the front, written in her father's hand, were only 2 words. For Elena. Her fingers trembled slightly as she opened it. Inside was a letter. The paper had yellowed with time, but the ink remained clear. She began reading aloud. Elena. If you are reading this, then the island has risen again and you have followed the path farther than I ever wished for you. By now you will know what the sea has hidden. You will know the names. You will know that families and institutions built their fortunes on silence and wreckage. I believed once that exposing them would fix something broken in the world. Perhaps I was wrong. But truth deserves witnesses, even when it changes nothing. After the storm in Norhaven, I understood that I would not reach the capital alive. Too many men already knew what I carried. So I returned here. Not to hide the evidence forever, but to leave it somewhere the tide itself would guard until someone brave, or stubborn, came looking. If that someone is you, then I ask only one thing. Do not let anger be the only inheritance I leave you. The sea taught me too late that the world is not repaired by exposing every lie. But it is made worse when we pretend they never existed. Take the ledger. Take the copies. Bring them into daylight if you choose. Or bury them again if that feels more honest. What matters is that you choose freely. I loved you. More than this work. More than the truth I chased across these waters. But I did not know how to return to you without bringing danger with me. For that failure I am sorry. If you are reading this, then I trust the man beside you. Listen to him when the sea is rough. He is better at surviving storms than I ever was. Your father. Jonas Marin. When Elena finished reading, no one spoke. The chamber seemed impossibly still. Daniel looked away first. Sarah wiped her eyes quietly with the back of her sleeve. Rowan cleared his throat and muttered something about dust. Bell stared at the ledger. That's the whole thing, he said softly. Elena closed the letter and placed it back in the envelope. My father finished the record, she said. Yes, Daniel replied. And he left the choice to me. What comes next? They returned to the surface slowly. The tide had already begun creeping back toward the rocks. Soon the island would vanish again. At the landing stage, Rowan secured the skiff while the others loaded the satchel and the metal case. Belle stood looking back toward the cliffs. Your father knew they'd never find this place again without him. Yes, Elena said. Daniel stepped beside her. What will you do with the ledger? She looked out across the sea. Expose it. Sarah raised an eyebrow. Every name? No. They all looked at her. Elena smiled faintly. Only the ones still alive to answer for it. Belle laughed softly. Fair enough. The end of the tide. They left the island as the water began swallowing the reef again. By the time the skiff reached open sea, the cliffs had already faded into the rising tide. Within an hour there was nothing there but water. Just as the charts had always claimed. Elena sat at the bow with the envelope in her hands. Daniel joined her. You're quiet, he said. I'm thinking about what he wrote. About me? She smiled slightly. Yes. And? He was right. Daniel looked puzzled. About what? Elena met his eyes. That you're good at surviving storms. For a moment neither of them spoke. Then Daniel said quietly. I'm not very good at leaving people behind. That's good. Why? Because I'm not planning to let you. Something warm and unexpected passed between them then, something that had been building since Greyhaven, through every storm and secret. Daniel reached for her hand. This time she did not pull away. Behind them the sea rolled steadily toward the horizon. Ahead of them waited the mainland, the truth of the ledger, and a world that would soon learn what the tide had hidden for a century. But the story itself was finished. The mystery of Jonas Marin had ended not with his disappearance, but with the truth he left behind. And as the sun finally broke through the clouds over the open water, Elena realized something her father had perhaps understood too late. The sea did not keep secrets forever. Eventually, it always gave them back.